A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to the Achievers Book Club. I'm Sarah Undu and I'm thrilled to be your guide as we delve into the pages that inspire, challenge and propel us towards greater achievements. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, we believe that within every book lies a world of possibility waiting to be discovered. Today, we are not just reading a book, we are engaging with a timeless classic, a blueprint for success that has transformed millions of lives across generations. Our book in focus is the legendary Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, published in 1937. This book distills the wisdom of successful individuals of Hill's era into 13 powerful principles. It's not just about financial wealth, it's about achieving anything you set your mind to, and it continues to be a cornerstone for anyone striving for mastery in their lives. This book teaches us that true wealth begins in the mind. To help us dissect the profound principles of Think and Grow Rich, we have a very special guest in our studio today. He's an icon in the motivational space, a true beacon of inspiration, Mr. Motivator. Welcome to the Achievers Book Club, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's good to be with you.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we're going to dive right into the book. So Napoleon Hill begins with desire and emphasizes on a definite purpose. He says whatever the mind can conceive and believe,
That's right.
it can achieve. How crucial is this concept, especially for Nigerians navigating our unique landscape of opportunities and challenges?
Absolutely. You picked those two words very intentionally. The Nigerian space, opportunities, lots of opportunities, but again, we have a tremendous ton of challenges. Nigeria could not have provided us with a better testing ground for the principles from Napoleon Hill's books, because it first highlights the importance, the central idea of thoughts being things. We must have a vision, we must have dreams, we must mentally prefigure what we want, and then says, once you've thought about it, you now need to fuel that engine with the power of your desires. So how can Nigerians navigate all of this? First and foremost, no matter how challenging the Nigerian space is, it must never stop you from dreaming. No matter how challenging the Nigerian space can be, it must never discourage you from thinking out of the box. Because in as much as we have so many challenges, inherent in those challenges are the opportunities. So for instance, there's electricity challenge in Nigeria. There are also challenges in the area of education. There are challenges all across. Take business, for instance. Solutions to business is transportation. All of these are problems. How do you create solutions to those problems? By thinking. Someone thought about the idea of delivering meals. Rather than people going through the stress of visiting the fast food restaurants, someone came up with an app and said, okay, Glovo, for instance, is an idea. Chowdeck, for instance, is an idea. Why? Because those ideas were designed to surmount the challenge of accessibility. And today I read somewhere that in Ibadan alone, through Chowdeck, a particular amala joint, there used to be an amala joint, has done a turnover in excess of ₦1 billion.
Wow.
That's Ibadan. We're not talking Lagos. It shows you that as challenging, who would have imagined that in Nigeria, as difficult as it has been, especially in the most recent of times, people will still order amala in Ibadan using chowdek. Somebody thought about it, saw the problem, but saw the problem, that challenge as an opportunity, and felt, well, I could create an app and I could bridge that gap. That is an example of how we can navigate the challenging space in Nigeria while still exploring the opportunity based on the principle of Napoleon Hill's book, which is first, thoughts are things. Imagine, allow your thinking capacity to look critically at your challenge and ask questions. What can we do? Imagine yourself dreaming about what is possible, maybe through the use of your talent, through the actualization of your own potential. Just think through it. And then secondly, don't stop there. Develop that desire, that hunger to materialize, to actualize, to implement, to execute. That is how Hill's first two principles in his book, thoughts are things, the central idea, and then begin with the power of your desire. And across every strata in the Nigerian socio-economic space, there are tons of opportunities that one can apply this towards.
Oh, wow. So it's about translating a vague wish. First of all, having a desire, then translating it into something that...
No, the desire comes after. Okay. First, Napoleon Hill's view is that as a man thinks, so he is, that we become what we think about, and that thoughts are actually very tangible. But sometimes those thoughts can be triggered by the challenges in your environment. Sometimes that's the way they come. Sometimes you can independently, uniquely, on your own, conceive of an idea, conceive of a dream, conceive of a concept, and decide to go for it. In other words, Napoleon Hill believes that first and foremost, paint the picture of the world that you want to create. And after you've done that, desire can come in. There is no point having a desire without a pre-direction. There is no point. I mean, you can imagine having a desire and you are in this vague environment. There is no clear direction to channel that desire towards. It will not make sense. So dream first, and then ignite the energy and the passion within you towards attracting or actualizing those dreams. In fact, the dream should trigger a burning desire within you to go for it. Hill does not, however, rule out the fact that in all of us as human beings, inside all of us, there is that innate hunger to be something special, to do something special, to achieve something exceptional. He doesn't rule that out. That's also part of the desire that we all have. But again, what is the essence of the desire if there is no vision, if there is no direction, if there is no expectation, if there are no goals? So that's why thoughts are things, and thoughts must start the process towards success.
Wow, absolutely. That's a great one, Mr. Motivator. Mr. Motivator, another powerful principle is the mastermind alliance, the coordination of knowledge and effort between two or more people for a definite purpose. So, in a society like Nigeria, where community is so central, how can individuals truly leverage this concept for achievement? It
is true that community is a very central part of Nigeria, but the way I look at how community works in Nigeria is that it is too social. Too social in the sense that if you're married, you have a family, and your mother lives close by, you can bank on her help to support you with child upkeep, for instance. If you're facing an economic challenge and it becomes knowledge to most of the people in your ecosystem, everybody bands together. That's fine. So it provides us with this, what I would call, unseen social safety net. That has always been the traditional African approach to community. But Napoleon Hill is saying to us in his book, Think and Grow with reference to the Mastermind Alliance, that now is the time to elevate beyond the social capital of community to mental capital of collaboration. So you see that it ties us back into the first principle, the central idea about thoughts, thinking, visioning, developing that mental capacity. To say, look, imagine the fact that you enjoy the support of your siblings because they live close by or they live within the range of support for you. They can be there to help you socially. There's a wedding, everybody bands together, we all go there. There is a crisis in the family, someone is willing to stay off work and be there to sit in and all of that. Just imagine that we enjoy all of that. And we become so closely knit at that communal social level. Think about the exponential value that we could all derive, especially in adding value, creating economic possibilities and great wealth, if that synergy was a mental one.
Absolutely.
Was a mental one. Your knowledge, your inspiration, coming, collaborating with mine. So what would have taken me 2 years to do, we cut the time and make it even shorter and faster to accomplish within 2 months. That is the essence of Hill's view about how we can truly be communally successful. In other words, nobody actually succeeds alone.
True.
Success requires partnerships. It requires collaboration. In fact, if I may borrow from John C. Maxwell's book on leadership, it talks about the dream and the team to realize the dream. No dream can succeed or materialize without the support of having a team. So the concept of a mastermind alliance is saying build your own team. Find people of like minds. That's the point. People of like minds. Even the book of Proverbs says it. He that walks with the wise shall be wise. Iron sharpens iron. Find people of like minds and then ally. Ally with them, associate with them, build partnerships, share what you know and learn what you don't. And in that way and manner, because there is a common interest in success or in succeeding, we can aggregate and compound the effort of thought, of ideas, of insights, and reap the benefits in far more exponential manners than would have achieved alone. But the key is, are we thinking in the same direction? Are we thinking the same concept, the same principles? Do we share a collective disposition towards how to become more successful, more productive in life? That is what that alliance is about. So I encourage Nigerians to collaborate more. I think we see a lot of that amongst the musicians. They call it collabo. They collaborate more, and you can see how it's helped many persons or many musicians, artists would never have learned about, but they collaborate. So it's not just collaboration in terms of, okay, somebody is higher up there, so I want to just latch onto them so that I can derive some advantage to lift me. You can also contribute. It's a collaboration of collective contribution. Not you being a leech. Not the opportunistic mentality of using others, of riding on the crest, on the wave of others, but saying, I come into this with some value. It might be from my experience or my expertise or exposure, whatever it is. And you come in with yours as well. But think of what we can create together. So we've got to think more in terms of that. But let's transform that capital from our social communal support system and begin to make it look more mental, more ideas-centric, ideas-driven. That will make a world of a difference.
So, Mr. Motivator, it's not just about networking, but having a strategic purposeful collaboration.
Absolutely.
With people.
There must be an intent towards it. Why network if you won't, one, be bringing value into that space, and secondly, if you don't share something in common? There's got to be some kind of alignment amongst all the parties coming together.
Yeah, that sparks a lot, Mr. Motivator.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Motivator, no journey to achievement is without its challenges, especially in our dynamic environment.
Yeah.
Hill dedicates an entire chapter to persistence.
Absolutely.
What does true persistence look like? How can we even cultivate it when things actually get tough?
That's perhaps my best chapter in that book, the one I love the most, persistence. I particularly love it because it was a statement from Brian Tracy, one of my good old friends, that inspired me to go take a look at that chapter again. Brian Tracy makes a statement many years ago, and I stumbled on it. He said, anyone that persists and persists and persists eventually succeeds. That inspired me to go take a look at that chapter again, and I grew very fond of it. Now, you're talking about how can we, or what it takes to be persistent, especially in this kind of environment. Number one, believe very well in what you have set out to do. That's non-negotiable. Don't have feelings for it. Morph the feelings towards your idea, your vision, your goals, your dreams into commitment, meaning that you have mentally resolved. No negotiations. I want to build this business. No negotiation. I want to go into this partnership. No negotiation. I want to write this book. No negotiation. I want to study this course. I'm over 60, but no negotiation. I want to go for my master's degree or go for my first degree. Because that resolution is key to bolstering you, strengthening you for the setback you are about to encounter, because you will. That is what opens the door. That is what necessitates persistence. That is what necessitates persistence. You must first and foremost resolve that, wait a minute, I've made up my mind. I'm going to do this. It means that there'll be good days and there'll be bad days. There'll be days you feel good about it. You feel hippie. Wow, today was a very good day. I felt so fantastic about it. I felt so great about it. There'll be those days. But there'll probably be many more days where you feel so cold, so downhearted, and just wonder, come on, I don't really feel up to it today. But it is that resolution, that resolved mind, that made up mind that will pick you up on those days when you don't have any feelings that are good and upbeat about your goals, your visions, your dreams, your aspirations. Why? Because you've laid the foundation of persistence by resolving from the beginning. So when we resolve, we are effectively shielding ourselves, preparing for challenges of setbacks, discouragements, difficulties, because our mind is already made up. Okay, so there's a difficulty, that's fine, we're not going back. Let's find a way around it.
Being flexible.
Absolutely. Or let's find a way through it, underneath it, above it, or let's ask for additional hands. You watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. When you get stuck, they give you lifelines. They tell you, you know what, phone a friend, or try your 50-50, or ask the audience. There's got to be something for you to at least summon to engage that setback in order to keep the journey alive till you get to the destination. And that is also the case. Recently, we've had very difficult economic challenges, significant downturns across the entire space. But I've seen so many people who have continued to pursue their visions, continued in spite of the difficulties, in spite of the inclement weather, in spite of the challenges of people. You're running a business, you employ people, they are proving to be a challenge, proving to be difficult, and then some people leave. You've got to go back and rehire. That's persistence. For the business owner, you hire and rehire and fix the issues. You keep it going until the business gets to where it is stable, it is profitable and productive. That's persistence. You failed one of the diets in your professional exams. You go back and retake it. You failed, you go back and evaluate what happened. What did I get wrong? What did I miss in the last one that I can fix in the subsequent one? You see, it is not your emotions that will carry you through those moments. It is that disposition that you resolved from the beginning.
The resolution. Yeah.
Absolutely, from the beginning. That is why Napoleon Hill's work, the first chapter is so central, because it deals with the mind. Thoughts. Thoughts are things. If you don't get that right from the beginning, it will make it very difficult to apply most of the other principles in the book, because the mind then sets its course and says, this is my commitment to success, to achievement, to making it in life, to being the best that I can be. And so, come what may, I'm able to get back in the game after I've taken a beating, and I continue, make the necessary course corrections, and keep on going until I get to my destination. So in the Nigerian context, for me, the most important value that can help anyone deal with the challenges in terms of how long they can hold out till they reach their desired goals is to first conclude that, hey, this is for real, I'm going to do it. And then as you face challenges, anticipate the challenges. You're into sales. Always anticipate there will be no's. You anticipate many more no's than yeses. And so when you get a no, let it motivate you, let it fuel you to go back and figure out, why did they say no to my proposition? Okay, if this was back in the game, again and again and again and again and again and again, you're learning and you're returning to the scene of that challenge. That's how it works for a salesperson. For a teacher, you might have a student who's struggling. You've tried one technique, it hasn't worked, the student seems to be falling behind. Don't be discouraged. Don't fold your arms and say, well, I've done my best. That's one key deceit that most people fall for. Well, I tried. There's the movie Star Wars, and I got this statement from that movie. I can't remember which of the characters that said it, but he said, there is no try, there is only do. So when we keep on in the Nigerian context, oh, I've tried, that is not enough. You must keep doing. So for that student that you're the teacher, you must be persistent. Okay, this methodology hasn't worked. Let's try something else. Maybe I need to study my student more to understand their capabilities and their interests. Or maybe I need to adapt my techniques. You continue until gradually you arrive at a model that could eventually not only solve that problem, but become a model that could go on to do bigger things. Why? Because you persisted. You never gave up. That is the mentality. And we can apply this. Everyone can apply this across all fronts of human endeavors. But resolve, make up your mind from the beginning, and then keep going at it, keep course correcting, and find motivation from the setback. It should fuel you. It should energize you to say, okay, rather than feeling embarrassed, I'll try again. That's the way to go. That's how persistence works.
Wow. Wow, Mr. Motivator.
And we've got Napoleon Hill to thank for that amazing work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Motivator, this has been an enlightening and powerful discussion. Thank you so much for sharing such an incredible insight with our Achievers Book Club viewers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What a profound dive into Think and Grow Rich. Now, let's turn these powerful principles into tangible action with our Achievers Challenge for this week. 1. Clarify your definite purpose. Take 15 minutes to write down your number one most important goal with absolute clarity. Be specific. What is it? When will you achieve it? And what will you give in return? Read it aloud morning and night. 2. Identify your mastermind. Think of at least 2 people, either your friends, colleagues, mentors, whose unique skills and perspective could help you achieve your definite purpose. Reach out to one of them this week to discuss a collaborative idea. 3. Practice 1% persistence. Choose one small task related to your goal that you often procrastinate on. Commit to doing it for just 15 minutes every day without fail this week. It's about consistency, not intensity. Share your progress using hashtag Achievers Book Club to social media. We want to celebrate your wins. Don't just read about achievements, live it. Small, consistent actions followed by clear purpose are the bedrocks of monumental success. We see possibilities.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting and exciting. Thank you.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
And my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
As we wrap up our incredible journey through Think and Grow Rich, the pursuit of knowledge never stops. Next week, we'll shift our focus to the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. We'll be exploring the first 3 habits: be proactive, begin with the end in mind, and put first things first. Get ready to embrace powerful principles for personal effectiveness that would empower your path to success. The pursuit of wisdom is a lifelong adventure. Each new book, each new page opens up a new possibility for growth and impact. Embrace the journey with see possibilities. Thank you for joining me on the Achievers Book Club. Remember, the wisdom you gain from these pages, when applied, transforms your world. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep achieving. I'm Sarah Undu, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Good morning and welcome to Achievement News, your daily source of positive and inspiring stories from around the world. I'm Tracy Dominic, and here are today's top headlines. On today's news, we bring you hope-filled stories from around the globe. First, in Lagos, Lagoon School attends a training program at the School of Eloquence. And on the international scene, a community initiative has successfully planted over 10,000 trees, transforming urban spaces into green oases. Next, in New York, a group of high school students has developed an innovative app to help the elderly stay connected with their families. Our first story focuses on the importance of education, empowering school. Students of the Lagoon Secondary School, Lekki, Lagos, have started a 3-day transformative program for the senior prefects at the School of Eloquence. This 3 days program, which had 20 students and 2 teachers in attendance, the Dean School of Eloquence, Ibon Essien, addressed the prefects in an opening remark, emphasizing the importance of excellence and agility in their various roles. This 3-day program is tailored to enhance the students' proficiency, empower them to become excellent individuals, and thrive in their various roles as prefects at the Lagoon School. And now, in a small town in California, residents came together to rebuild after a devastating wildfire. Through shared determination and collective effort, the community has not only rebuilt their homes, but also created a stronger, more connected town. Such stories of resilience remind us of the power of community and collective action. Now, let's move on to our Business Boost segment. In our Business Boost segment, we highlight Ecotech Innovations, a company dedicated to creating sustainable technology, founded by environmental engineer Laura Green. The company has developed a groundbreaking water purification system that is affordable and efficient. Ecotech Innovation is a shining example of how businesses can thrive while contributing positively to the environment. Now, let's embellish your morning with some positive picks. Here are some uplifting stories and fun facts to brighten your day. Did you know that laughter can boost your immune system? A recent study has shown that a good laugh can increase your body's natural defense mechanisms. In arts and culture, a new mural in downtown Lagos celebrates the city's rich history and vibrant culture, bringing joy to passers-by. And now, in modern technology, a young inventor has created a device that translates sign language into spoken words, opening up new possibilities for communication. These positive picks remind us that there is always something good happening in the world. In our Sporting Inspiration segment, we feature the incredible journey of para-athlete Michael Johnson. After losing his leg in a car accident, Michael didn't just give up on his dreams. Instead, he took up para-sports and recently won a gold medal in the Paralympics. Michael's story is a powerful reminder that determination and hard work can overcome any obstacle. And now we leave you with this silver lining as we close today's broadcast. Despite the challenges we face, there is always hope and possibility for positive change. Today, we celebrate the small acts of kindness that make a big difference. From a child's lemonade stand raising money for charity to neighbors helping each other during tough times. These silver linings remind us that there is still goodness in today's world. Thank you so much for joining us on Achievement News. Remember, every day is an opportunity to achieve greatness. I'm Tracy Dominic. See you again tomorrow for another inspiring news right here on Achievement Channel.
Hello there, welcome to Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel. I'm your host, Helen Ongma Odeleye. Today we are talking about becoming your best self, a journey of self-discovery and growth. Join me as we explore the transformative power of self-awareness, goal setting, and confidence building. Get ready to unleash your authentic, empowered, and extraordinary self. I'm joined by two amazing women. First, Jenny Etta. She's an author of The Bathroom and is reminiscing of thoughts and happenstances on entrepreneur and songwriter of Oba Anwoba. She's also a culinary artist who enjoys to help people see themselves better by doing better. She will tell us what that means. We also have Mrs. Keisha Olukorede. She's the Federal Controller of Works, Lagos. She's an engineer and a phenomenal woman doing great work in the Federal Civil Service. Now, let's get the conversation started. Like I said before, we're going to be exploring a couple of areas. We're going to be helping our sisters out there, the women out there, and get them inspired. So let us, first of all, meet you formally and take us on a very short journey, you know, of what you've been doing.
Good morning, Helen, and thank you for having me here. My name is Olukorede Keisha. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a business person too, but more importantly, I'm a civil servant. I started a journey to being a civil engineer by going to the Polytechnic in 1984. When I got into Polytechnic, I didn't have somebody to really guide me as to the difference between poly and university. I just came out and my father said, okay, you need to go to school, and then I just took poly form and I went. On getting to poly and coming out of poly, I discovered that there was this huge gap that existed between the BSc and the HND. I got into civil service almost immediately after NYSC. And then I started and I saw that, oh wow, serious dichotomy here. Just parallel lines. You can't cross. After level 14, as an HND holder, you cannot cross. And you can't become director, you can't become you can't climb to the zenith of my career. So I said, well, you know what? I opted to get out of school, to get out of the work. I tried my hands on something else, but I wasn't finding fulfillment. My fulfillment was in this engineering. I tried to go to Dubai, sell clothes, sell this, because the difference, they just made it to be too clear, as if you have not gone to school at all with the HND. They made it to look as if I just went to nursery school, not even primary. So I was really, really disturbed. And I know I could do better than what they were offering me. Most of the time, my colleagues will be in the office holding meetings. They won't have solution. It is after the meeting they will come and call me. Keisha, please, there's this thing we discussed. I say, Shibi, you are the engineers. And go solve your problem. They say, please help us, help us. So several times they call for meetings. Then when you go to the meeting, they say, no, they call the engineers. I say, what will I do? So I said, there are no two ways to it. I have to go back to school. And I did my BSc and I had masters. So, and then I came back to the work and I started again. That brought my level back, but I didn't mind. But at least I know I can climb and get to the zenith of my career. This relevance that I'm having now wouldn't have been possible if I'd just followed that path of HND, if I didn't try to improve on myself. A lot of my colleagues were frustrated.
So we're talking about self-discovery, knowing really who you are and what you want to be. At what point really did it occur to you that this is not for me? I need to be there.
That's what I said. You know, as a result of frustration in the line of that technical, I wanted to fall out and then just be a business person and be fulfilled along that path. But I knew something in me, you understand?
Didn't add up.
Yes, I wasn't
satisfied
in that line. So it's only in engineering that I find my joy, my peace, my pleasure and satisfaction. So I said, okay, what do I need You understand? To now make me fulfilled in
And
this
you went back to
engineering.
school.
So I had to go back to school.
Okay.
So,
Congratulations.
And I'm happy. A lot of my colleagues have retired now. Because that level 14 will have been the bar and the frustration that comes with it. Okay. I wouldn't have been this relevant. Okay. So,
and that's it. Relevance.
Yes, yes.
Relevance is key.
Yes.
And when you self-discover yourself, you become more relevant to society.
Yes, yes,
you
yes,
know.
yes.
Okay. So let's come to you. Tell us your story. Where are you coming from?
Okay. Again, my name
as
is...
brief as possible.
My name is Jenieta, as already introduced. And my story is a bit deep, I would say. So growing up was not an easy one for me. I had a rough one. It was a really rough start in life. I wanted to become a theater artist. And when the time came, he refused. And it disrupted education for me, so to speak. However, I did not relent, all right? He left the house. At some point, we had to, it just became, a struggle in life, so to speak. There was that point where, because I needed to go to school, I just wanted to go to school. I would always, go and hustle, put money together to go to school. But it would come from nowhere, after all done. And then he would just, begin to talk to frustrate me out of, school. For a young child who was growing up, it was really traumatizing, I must say. However,
you rose above that.
I rose above that. I was able to, give myself education, so to speak, from, it was not the usual education you're used to, but for every opportunity I got, I made sure I got education. I educated myself. So I wanted to become, now this is the clincher here. I wanted to become a theater artist. I didn't have the opportunity. Today I can say that I appeared, I've done something with a TV production. I've acted in a very popular, I've acted in a popular soap opera known worldwide. That's some form of achievement. I wanted to be a writer of some sort. I wrote when I was a little, I wrote when I was young. I achieved it. I did not let, my upbringing, so to speak, deter me. It was a lot. It was a lot. Maybe as we go on in this, it just would unfold. So
because what you're saying, what I'm getting, not everybody has, a background that is easygoing.
No.
And you have shared your story, and you're saying in spite of.
Definitely.
Because that's where we're here, to inspire. We know that at this point, there are millions of ladies out there, young people, married, mothers, and all of having difficulties in life. But the essence of this show is to say, hey, that woman out there, you should be inspired. Nothing should be able to put you down. You should have your eyes focused on the goal. If there is a goal for you, and there should be a goal for you. When we come back, there's a lot more coming from this conversation. Please join us again.
So to do well in public speaking, you must see it as a relationship between yourself and your audience.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. It's still Inspire Her, and I would like to start this segment, the second segment, with a quote. Is a Ugandan proverb, and it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And here we are together with you out there saying, woman, do be inspired, learn from our stories, our experiences, the education that we've had, and our expertise and our exposure. And that's what this show is all about. Thank you, my sister. And thank you, ma'am. You said your story wasn't told. You did not add the sugar, the pepper, and the salt. Okay,
so
let's
the
have
ladies
it.
Out there won't think it's that rosy. A lot of them just feel they should just walk into the
Yes, and you become a controller over that.
No, it doesn't happen like that.
So let's give us some of those things that you missed
When
out.
I needed to go back to the university, I had a subject missing at the O level. And when I went to Unilag, they said I needed that subject. And my younger ones are like I said, I'm the first child and then the only girl. I have boys behind me. And the boys are like, sister, why are you going to do it? I said, I'll go and do GCE. They say, My husband said, GCE. I say, yes now. Because the way they are treating me in this office, and since I know that I'm wired for more, so why will I accept less that they are offering me? So I need to do that. And he encouraged me. I sat for GCE once because I was still doing a little bit of business. I didn't make it. My husband said, that means it's not meant for you. Why don't you just face this line of business? I said, no, I'll do it again. And I did it again, and I made it. At the first attempt, I was offered, let's assist you. I said, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to use my brain. I'm going to use my brain. I will leave everything and give it all it takes. And even the boy sitting next to me, man, you can look at my book. I said, no. And I failed it.
And I got something you said, because you realized that you were wired for more.
And I tell people in life, there are 4 Ds to hold on to if you must make it in life. Apart from God.
Yeah.
Apart from God.
Very true.
Who is the author and finisher of our being, whatever we are in life. There must be 4 Ds that we'll hold on to. Number 1 of the Ds, you must desire a thing. You must desire a thing. And then you don't stop at that desire. Then you must decide to go for that thing. That's the 2nd D. A lot of people stop at desire level. They look at you, this woman is great and I like her. You want to be like her. Then decide. Take that 2nd leap and decide. Then there's a 3rd D, is be determined. Be determined. I was really determined. Everybody call me she for he or he for she. That's what they call me in the engineering profession. You understand? When I lead a pack of 100 engineers, I'm in the forefront. My honorable minister will say, Kesha, I don't have this, your energy, slow down. You want to push me down. Where are you running to? And that even the younger ones, they say, ma, after this, let's take ELOS, let's take. But I say,
so
no,
where does the energy come from?
From the passion of doing that job. And I love doing it well. If you contract me now to get a job for you, I may be a bit expensive more than others, but you will get value for your money. And the last D you need, I said 4 Ds. You must desire a thing, you must decide to go for it, you must be determined, and then you must be disciplined.
That's right.
You must be disciplined. When I went to Unilag, there was a course that one of the professors said I didn't do. The results came out, and I didn't see my name on the list. Even all the younger ones, they followed. I was the eldest in class. They all followed me. They said, Professor, we don't allow you. I said to me, when I got in, I said, I'm always number one, first on the row. And on that day of exam, I was number one on the attendance list. How come I didn't sit for the exam? He was shouting at me, Madam, you didn't sit for that exam. I said, go look for it. By the time he looked and found, he found the attendance sheet first. He saw, I said, I'm number one. And he saw it, I was number one. I don't go late for lectures. I will always be there and I'll sit in front because I want to hear. It's the second time.
Okay, so we're not just sharing these stories for the sake of just talking.
Of course.
We're believing that someone out there is picking, you know, in between the lines. It's either you're at a point where you're about to make that very critical decision for your life right now, and we're saying this is the way to go. Someone else has tried it and it worked for her. You probably need to take a second look, right? Okay, so let's pick up from you and talk about strengths and weaknesses, you know, in who you have become in spite of where you started from and where you are now. How were you able to deploy, identify your weaknesses, your strength, and how were you able to plunge, you know, to deploy them to achieve your goal?
Let me just say, at some points, I got saved. I'm not afraid to say that. I got saved, and that helped a whole lot to me. I began to know myself, identify with who I really am on the inside, you know, because of who lives in me. And so I knew that, okay, I could actually go out, you know, if I wanted to achieve something, I can actually achieve it. I can do what it is, and I can do all things, of course, you know. So I went all out for it, all right? I would go, I would fail on it, but I would not relent. I would still go back and still get, you know, and still get it done until I have results. Yes, my weaknesses, I mean, of course, we all have, where there are strengths, there are also weaknesses, no doubt about that. Sometimes, you know, when emotions, you know, I'm also somebody who is easily discouraged, or rather, who can be easily discouraged. However, the strength on the other part helped, you know, to push. When I stay on it, even though I have emotions running, I stay on it to get it all done, and that's basically what it is. So let me relate a particular
instance.
Oh, by the way, I dropped out of a lot of, I would say I dropped out of schools. I don't know if yes, I dropped out of schools, not because I wanted to drop out. It was because there were no funds. So that's not to say I didn't really go to school, you know. When there were no funds, there was no support. At some point, I would drop out of school. I had a lot of admissions as well. There were also I had admissions. I remember I got an admission to Polytechnic of Calabar, but my dad did not allow me go. That was to read because it was theatre arts. So of course, his friends told him that's not a place for, you know, that was back then. That's not a place for young women. The end result will be prostitution. You know, that was that. However, I packed my things, came back, and then I was able to do a journalism course.
Okay. So
because of it.
You see, in spite of these difficulties, you didn't stop.
I didn't stop.
You never stopped. You probably took a break, not a break that you desired.
No.
And then when the time was right, you jumped back on track.
Exactly.
So you had a journey. You had a destination that you wanted to get to.
Exactly. So I wanted to get to. There was a place I was facing. I wanted to get to, and then of course, you know, resilience helped. Okay. Drive on the inside helped as well.
Okay.
And I believed in myself.
Awesome. That is very, very key, believing in yourself. So as we get ready to wind up, we have a few minutes more to, you know, close this show, let us look at some of the obstacles that you have faced. Believing in yourself sometimes is not enough. When you have so many obstacles, especially in the workplace. The civil service is known to be a place with a lot of hurdles. Tell us how you managed to scale through some of them.
The only hurdle I faced in the civil service was the dichotomy between the technical and the engineering cadre. That was the only one I faced. And I was able to go over it.
You didn't face the men and the women thing?
No. Maybe because most of my colleagues, they don't even see me as a woman.
Why is that so?
Because when you study engineering back in those days, most of the time it's only 1 female, 2 females, 3 females in a class.
And a lot of men.
And a lot of men. So we always see ourselves as boys, as men. Even till today, my colleagues, majority of them.
So you're a tomboy or a girl?
Yes, I'm like that, yes. So we don't even see that. So that's why sometimes when they take decision, they forget that you're a woman.
Okay.
You understand? They forget. Like now they can say, everybody go to site and then reside there. Then from site you give, you understand, your site reports. It doesn't matter whether the site is inside the village, whether they are doing kidnapping there, whether they expect you. There's no exception. There's no exception.
So the profession actually prepared you?
Yes. As an engineer, you're wired for that. Your resilience must be very high. So I didn't face that. I didn't face in decision makings, in this, I didn't face that. We treated ourselves as men. When I talk to a lot of women, there are some things they don't like about what I say. I don't like you gunning for a post, gunning for a position because you're a woman. I don't like you clamoring for a post or asking for favors because you are a woman. I want you to actually earn it. That's my own. If men are going for skills, go for skills. If men are going for training, go for training. If men are reading for exams, read for exams. It's not that as a lady you're not reading. Then when promotion comes, you don't say they promoted only all the males. You understand? 6 men start for exam and 2 females. They gave it to 4 people.
Who deserved?
Me, I'm not sentimental about that.
So you must deserve.
You must earn it.
You must earn it.
You must earn it. If there are bridges to cross that bridge with the men. I don't stay on a side and say because they are men. If you want anywhere you want to cross, I don't normally wear trousers. But if like we're going to tower 35 floors, I will get there before any man.
My goodness.
I won't say because I'm a lady, so let me stand here. Then when the men go there, they come and give me the report. No.
Wired for more.
No.
Wired for more. Thank you.
Women should earn. Always strive to earn their positions. Whatever you're asking for, strive to earn it. Not just asking for it because you're a female.
Thank you. Inspire a sister out there in a minute.
You know, life is not a bed of roses, they say. However, there are things you can actually do to help yourself get to where you desire. It may not be rosy indeed, but you can always garner courage. Believe in yourself. There's a lot embedded in you as a woman. Get out there. For whatever reason, find something to do. Find something to do and go ahead and do it because you can.
Thank you very much. Find that thing that you were wired and created for. There's always that purpose that is entirely you, the fulfillment of that dream that is entirely you, and no one else can do it. So she says, find it and pursue it and ensure that you get it done. Thank you so much. Last word from her.
There is a story I like to share. That story may encourage somebody.
Okay.
I was driving on Lagos Badagry Expressway and I saw a lady conductress. A very young girl, very naive, very innocent looking girl. The girl should be about 15. And she was a bus conductress. She hung on the bus at Mile 2 and she was calling Oshodi, Oshodi. I told my driver, park by this girl. And I parked. I said, young lady, come here. Why are you doing this? She said, nobody to send me to school. Wow. I came from the village and there's no help. He said she was selling granules and it wasn't adding up. So she decided to do this. I said, how much are they paying? She said, 4,000 naira. They're going to destroy you. Don't do this anymore. I said, take my number, give me your number, and I'll call. She's in school at the moment. But it's because she came out. That's why I'm able to see her. If she has said she's a female, and then she's gotten somebody to impregnate her, that means I've ruined her entire life. She came out because she knows she can do much more than she was doing. Wow. I think that story can encourage somebody. I just like to tell that story.
On behalf of that young girl, we say thank you. And because we know that there are loads of other young girls like her out there. So get out there and be found. Let us find you in a place where we can help you. Okay, so we have had an amazing conversation today, haven't we? Yes, we've been able to inspire some sisters out there, I'm sure. Okay, so we have had an amazing conversation about self-discovery, about personal growth, strengths and potentials. I believe that you would like to join us again next time on Inspire Her on Achievement Channel. Remember that Margaret Thatcher once said, do not follow the crowd. Let the crowd follow you. Keep staying inspired. I'm Helen, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute,
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute,
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform. Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this, that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here to ask you, what do you want to achieve today? Where do you want to go with your life, with your goals, with your aspirations? What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people know what it is you are seeking to accomplish in your life or in whatever field of human endeavor that you've set out to do. And then finally, number 4 is this. And this is where it all comes together. You must do what the dream demands of you to do. If the distance be not traveled, the destination will never be reached. Dreams will remain pie in the sky if we do not take action. So what actions are you taking? Set goals. Specifically begin to outline what you need to do so that you can begin to work towards them. I leave you with the words of a young lady who was challenged and people felt her dreams were impossible. In fact, they said to her, "Your dreams are not real." Then she replied by saying, "The dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality." Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator,
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Champions of Change. I am Pamela Igbo, your host for this journey of inspiration, transformation and action. This is the Achievement Channel and we are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos. This program is dedicated to showcasing individuals and organizations that are creating a positive impact in our communities. We aim to motivate you to get involved and support meaningful causes. Today, our champion of change is Olatoun Gabby Williams. She is a trustee of the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation, which was established in 2018. The foundation recently received the Humanitarian Justice Award for its contributions to elder care. She's a passionate advocate for social change with a history of leading impactful projects. She also founded Sponsor a Child Nigeria, which advocates for children's rights and welfare in institutions across Nigeria. Olatoun, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
It's great to be here, Pam. Thank you for inviting me.
Fantastic. So let's get right into it. So the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation is one that is very personal to your family. Could you tell us a little bit more about that experience for you? And also, I'd appreciate if you tell our viewers, for our viewers, what are some of the symptoms of Alzheimer's that we can look out for early detection?
Okay, so the Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation was founded on my father's 80th birthday, the 11th of September 2017. He'd been suffering, well, living with Alzheimer's, we say living with Alzheimer's for 10 years then. He went through all the stages, and by the time we inaugurated the foundation on his birthday, Daddy was already close to the 7th stage, which means he was catatonic, he couldn't speak, he couldn't even hold his head up, he was in a wheelchair, he had carers 24/7. He was really sort of not functioning at all. And so, yes, we wanted the guests at the party to see what it looks like, the ravages of Alzheimer's on a man as healthy, as intellectually brilliant, as physical. And my father was very athletic, as my father was. We wanted to show them, we wanted to demystify the condition. We wanted them to see also how terrible the disease is. So yes, it was very, very personal. And we wanted to make sure that people, it's a pandemic. It's a pandemic, global pandemic. And there's so little information, although things are changing now. We wanted to make sure that people weren't confronted with kind of ignorance that we were confronted with, our own, and the ignorance of even the so-called the workforce, that many of whom the health workforce, they really just didn't know what they needed to know to really help relieve the emotional burden, the practical caring burden, and we set it up to network with them. A growing database network of specialists who could deliver talks, Q&A sessions, and there's so many people that are willing to share their knowledge and expertise, and we wanted to pool it and share it with all the people who needed it.
Right, okay. So what are some of the symptoms we can look out for Alzheimer's? Because obviously it's the most common form of dementia. So what are some of the early stage symptoms that we can look out for?
Flow. We have this mnemonic called flow, and it's stands for, the F stands for forgetting, and it's forgetting all the time and forgetting important things all the time. That L stands for losing your way, losing things all the time. The O stands for overlooking your personal appearance, overlooking your hygiene, personal hygiene, overlooking things you would not normally overlook. Overlooking, you forget to turn off the stove, for instance. Wow. That's overlooking. That also comes under F, forgetting. You're forgetting that you have something on the cooker. And the W stands for wandering off. Wandering and just losing your way generally, and just wandering aimlessly without any direction. And also the W stands for having to write things down now.
Wow.
So that, yes, the mnemonic is flow.
Right.
Yes.
And so by the end of your father's life, he had all those symptoms?
Oh, yes. I mean, he had those symptoms even earlier than the 7th stage. The 7th stage, you are just not functioning at all. You're not even walking. Because, it's a disease of the brain. It's a degenerative disease. So it's the brain that sends the commands to the body to do this and to do that. By that stage, the 7th stage, your brain is really sort of eaten up with the disease.
Wow.
It cannot send those commands. Sure. So, Daddy couldn't do anything. Even eating, sometimes the food be left in his mouth because the brain wasn't sending the command to chew and swallow.
Wow.
It gets as bad as that. It is a terrible thing to look at. So he was exhibiting those symptoms, I would say, by sort of stage 3. And I can't name, the specific, they do have names, but the specific stage, I cannot name it. But I would say that by the middle stage, 3, he would already, all those symptoms were a factor of his life.
Right.
Yes.
Wow, that must have been so hard for you to watch that and see your dad degenerate that way. So I know that the mission of the foundation is one of education and advocacy so that people can understand. Could you just tell us briefly what are the specific ways you've been able to do that since you founded the foundation, and what are some of the challenges, particularly in the Nigerian context, that you faced doing this and how you've navigated it?
Interestingly enough, people are hungry because it's a pandemic and because a lot of families have elderly people who do act strange at a certain age. And they're curious about what might be going on. Is this the normal aging? Is this something else? So we found that in terms of receptivity to the information we're giving, Nigerians have been very receptive, which is great. So they're responsive to the information. We like to work for our outreaches with faith-based organizations.
Okay.
At the moment, it's churches, but we want to go into mosques. We want to go to all the faith-based organizations because that's where the people gather. That's where you'll find, literally thousands of people, and we can also get them in cell groups in churches as well. So we can go small, we can go big, yes, challenges. As I said, people. The specialists we work with, this network of specialists we're building, and which is growing every day. Nutritionists, public health practitioners, neurologists, gerontologists, geriatrics specialists, neurologists, I've said that already. They're very happy to share their knowledge. They want to be part of the fight against dementia. We may not be able to stop it happening. We can help to prevent it, but we can help people understand it better so it's destigmatized, and we can also help people manage it better. So we find that in terms of responsiveness, there are no challenges. Gabby Williams Alzheimer's Foundation is endowed, but we will be going into fundraising very soon. And also we will be, the brain health of the executive retreat we've put together is a funded program. So we will get money coming in, and that will be interesting as a stage in our journey to see how easy it is to transact.
Sure.
In social enterprise transactions. It'll be interesting to see how well we do. So far, we're giving. It's a charity. We're giving and giving and giving. So there are no challenges in terms of response and receptivity. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you talked a little bit about it being a pandemic earlier, and I must say, when I was doing my research, I was blown away by the numbers. So, I found out that there are 55 million people living with Alzheimer's worldwide. 60% of that number are in low and middle income countries like Nigeria, and it's due to increase to 139 million worldwide by 2050. Which is an outstanding number. And by 2030, almost 4 million people will be living with dementia in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, these are sobering numbers, to say the least. So in terms of the government in this country, what sort of reforms and policies do you need to see to create a robust healthcare infrastructure that will take care of patients and caregivers alike?
Well, we've got the primary health centers. I mean, that's the first point of call. That's a port of entry into the healthcare system, and we need to revitalize them, re-equip them, man them. The National Senior Citizen Center is working hard with the training of geriatric social care skills, making sure that the workforce is eligible to be the workforce. At the level of training, certification, registration, they're working on a quality assurance model. And that's going to sort of be rolled out. So everyone in the aging space, if you want to go into training, you use that template. So we're looking forward to receiving that. That is extremely important. Revitalize the primary health centers, because that is they're all across the country. I think they're about 33,000 now. Not enough, but that's the first port of entry. Make sure they're properly equipped, properly staffed, and that the staff are properly trained. I was thinking about telemedicine. I think that might be the solution for a lot of the old people. The populations you're talking about, they're going to be living. A lot of them will be living in rural areas. They're already there, and we want to reach them. And we know the infrastructural problems in rural areas. So telemedicine might help. Will help if we can get the government behind it independently and also in private-public partnerships. So we get private sector coming up with platforms for telemedicine, apps for telemedicine, and get government doing something to make it happen, some sort of regulatory framework or even funding. Telemedicine, I think, will really help to alleviate a lot of the suffering of elderly people and people living with dementia in rural areas. It will also, what else can I? The caregivers, for occupational therapists, we recommend that they increase the workforce in occupational therapy, because they are vital for people living with dementia and also the elderly. They help with managing the home environment, making recommendations for modifications, to prevent, to ensure safety, to prevent falls. They are very useful with care planning, and they're also very useful in training the caregivers. So increase the occupational therapy workforce. telemedicine is something they really do need to roll out, and that will really go a long way, I think, in alleviating the suffering of the staggering numbers you've just mentioned.
It sounds like there's so much work to be done in this area. But we'll take a quick break now. We'll come back with this incredible conversation when we come back.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to the show, and we're having an incredible conversation so far with Tone. So Tone, tell me, in terms of the community, how can the community get engaged to create more awareness, education, destigmatization of this disease, and so that it can be far-reaching?
Okay, that's a great question. Let's start with the individual. Individuals, you can get involved in the World Days. There's World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on June the 15th. There's the World Alzheimer's Day on the 21st of September. There's the National Day of Older Persons, and we celebrate that here. We mark it on the 10th of October. Now, we have all these. We have the infomercials we've put together, Waiting to Do Mama Dupe, which is visit our website, keep up to date with our activities, and let us know the kind of things you would like to get involved in. And as for corporates, I really advise that corporates, I recommend that they reach out to the National Senior Citizen Center, the NSCC, which was established in 2017 by the National Senior Citizens Act. And they have this wonderful public-private partnership where they have a prototype of a senior citizen center, which is a fantastic forum for activities, for events, programs, conferences, talks, libraries, recreation, all sorts of things. It's all encompassing. And they want to roll it out as a public-private partnership. So the corporates provide the funding, they provide the prototype and all the expertise required to make it happen. And the vision is one community, one senior center for every community in the country. So I think that's a wonderful thing way to get behind the fight against Alzheimer's, dementia, because we're going to have, these are fora where we can listen to talks about it, to destigmatize it, to give information, which is equipping you to really manage living with a person living with dementia. So yes, I think that, does that answer your question?
Absolutely. So that's excellent information. We'll drop the information about your foundation on our channel for people to get in touch. Tell me, in terms of dementia, is it something that can be prevented? What steps can people take to prevent dementia? And presumably, is it just in old people, or do young people suffer from dementia?
Well, elderly people are disproportionately affected, but it's not just older people. You get young people get dementia as well, but disproportionately older people. I'm loath to use the word prevention, keeping it at bay. Take care of your brain health. It's one of the reasons, well, it's the major reason why we've launched the Brain Health in the Corporate Structure program with our Brain Health of the Executive Retreat. Brain health, the health of your brain is put at risk. Periodontal disease, which is a gum disease, and it's inflammation of the mouth, and it gets into the bloodstream and it affects the brain. Hyperlipidemia is about lipids in the blood, too much fats in the blood, high cholesterol. All these put your brain health at risk. Smoking, reduce alcohol. You don't have to stop it completely, but reduce it. A glass of red wine, with a meal is not going to harm you, but take it easy with the alcohol intake. Smoking, no. Protect your brain health, because Alzheimer's is a disease of the brain. Drink lots of water. And keep yourself hydrated, particularly when my father, I remember, when you're already suffering from the disease, you know, you need lots of water to hydrate the brain.
That's excellent.
Yes, have I answered your question?
I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot as we speak. So thank you so much for that. But before we end the show, I wanted to ask you about one of the things, which is your passion. Got nothing to do with Alzheimer's, but I thought I must ask because you are a passionate advocate for children's rights. Tell us a little bit about that work, and you've been doing it for 14 years, and what impact you've had and what you want to see for the future with that.
I started Sponsor a Child in 2003, and the last major project ended in 2015 with an award ceremony for all the network of institutions across the country who, orphanages mostly and early learning centers, who had participated in the program. Rights-based childcare is our flagship project, so we ran training programs across the country for caregivers and educators in institutions. We were funded by the Democracy and Human Rights Fund of the American Consulate, the Embassy, and we were funded also by Procter & Gamble, who was our main sponsor for 2 years. We got a global grant to do our work. So rights-based childcare, what are the human rights of children, and how do we integrate the care we provide our children, you know, with the rights. The rights cut across the right to survive, that's life, right to develop, that includes education and physical development, psychosocial development, the right to protection, that's protection from abuse, neglect, and the right to participate, recognizing that children learn how to become good, healthy, effective adults if they are encouraged from a very young age. You know, democratic principles, learning how to take turns, learning how to make decisions according to their age group. The Child Rights Act of 2003 has an idea, a theme that runs through it called the evolving capacities of children. So now we look at our children as individuals, and we tailor the way we raise them to suit the individual's evolving capacities. So it's no longer this this one size fits all kind of upbringing. You're much more cognizant of the child as an individual. We are more cognizant of the child as having agency. We want to encourage them to think independently, to think critically. So the rights really do help to enshrine those ideas of the agency of children, of their evolving capacities. And we also, through my work now with the UN, I'm a founding partner of the UN Book Club for Africa. And thank you. And what we do is we invite them to become partners in development. So you can do, at your age, with the supervision of your teachers, you can do something in your communities to help, you know, implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So go out there, find something that you can, you know, you don't like, you want to tackle it. Let the teachers take them to the local government and challenge the officials in local government, and do something, and take, you know, and take their place as citizens of their country and within the community.
Great, that's excellent. We must get you here for another show on children's advocacy. That would be fantastic. But thank you so much for having, you know, given your time to talk about Alzheimer's and the wonderful work you're doing with your foundation, and we wish you all the best. It's been great to have Tone here today. All the information about what they do and how you can get in touch will be on our channel. So thank you so much again. It's been great to have you here.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Champions of Change. We hope these stories have inspired you to take steps towards making a difference in your own little way. Change starts with one person, one act, one decision to make the world a better place. Together, we can be the change we wish to see. This is the Achievement Channel. From our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos, I am Pamela Ego. See you next time. Bye.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts, achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Career Success, the premier program dedicated to helping you navigate the path of professional excellence. Whether you are just starting out as an entrepreneur looking to advance your career or considering a career change, this program is designed to provide you with the insight, the tools, and inspiration you need to achieve your career goals. This is Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you from the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale. Our guest is a distinguished accountant, a high-profile administrator, and a renowned educator known for exceptional achievements and contributions to our industry. Ms. Doreen Onyekwelu is a dynamic leader with a remarkable career spanning over 28 years of working experience across health, manufacturing, and educational sectors in Nigeria. In 2005, Doreen moved to the Lagoon School to take up a position as a Director of Finance and Administrator and served for 17 years until her appointment to the position of Acting Principal in 2022. She became the principal in 2023 and heads the school's management team. She's also a member of the governing board of Lagoon School. Good day to you, Doreen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Priye.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Your profile is quite robust, and I am thinking, where am I going to start from? So,
you can start from anywhere.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have you on the program.
Thank you.
Now, can you share with us, just a little bit about your upbringing, your influence, and your interest, and just what you feel the public should know concerning your background in education?
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I come from a family of 6 children. My dad, 84 years. So does a lot of things. In fact, I like to mention his name all the time because he's my role model. My mom as well is a teacher, 71 years. Yes.
71.
Great. Yes.
I see.
And they still drive, do a lot of things for themselves, no house help, for instance. So if you see them, you'll be proud to have them as your parents.
No house helps at 84 and 71.
84 and 71.
I see.
They do the cooking together, they go to market together, they do things together.
At that age?
At that age.
I see. That's where I think this generation needs to be learning a lot from that.
I remember telling the parents during one of our parents' forum, and I met a parent in one of the stores in Lagos, and what he reminded me, said, remember that talk you gave telling us about your 84-year-old dad? I said, wow, you remembered. Said, that was the only thing I took away, and you told us that he still drives.
Wow, that's great to hear. Let's move away from that now. Let's start talking about you. Your career beginnings and motivation. Can you share with us what inspired you to pursue a career in accounting and finance?
Great. As far back as when I was in primary 3, the first newspaper I read, looking at career path, I saw accountancy. and one of the subjects required is mathematics. I loved mathematics. My mom is a mathematician, my dad is a mathematician. As long as the AC is on, I'm ready to solve mathematics till daybreak.
Wow.
So yes, I really wanted to study accountancy. But I must tell you that while in SS1, my mom now wanted me to study pharmacy. I was doing very well in physics, I was doing very well in chemistry, but I didn't really like biology. Why did she want me to study pharmacy? Because she felt, oh, my first sister is studying banking and finance, my second sister is studying accountancy. We are 6 children, why do I want to study accountancy? She wants to be a mother of a doctor or a pharmacist and all of that. So I had to drop accounts in my SS1 to do physics, chemistry, biology. But my first JAMB, I didn't make the cutoff.
Okay.
My dad, like I said, being my role model, had to call me to say, you know what? It's not the end of life, begin again. Because my first 3, I'm the 4th child. The first 3 entered university immediately. So I had to step back, write JAMB
and wait.
And wait for 1 good year, yes.
Okay.
So I had to take up geography as well as government, which I didn't do well in school. But I got all the support from my dad as well as my mom that eventually understood. So I went back to reading for JAMB again to do accountancy, which was my dream as far back as primary 3 when I was just 9 years old.
I see. All right. How did your experience as an accounts clerk, at Niger Foundation Hospital and Diagnostic Center shape your career aspirations? Because it seems that's where you started.
Yes, that was actually when I was in my first year in the University of Nigeria, in Enugu campus, studying accountancy, and the school went on strike. And I don't like just staying at home, not doing anything. So I decided to apply for that job, which I got to be the accounts clerk in Niger Foundation Hospital. I worked there for like 3 months before they called off the strike and I went back to school. I was really happy to have that opportunity. One funny thing I must say is, okay, there wasn't any counting machine, for instance. I know how you count money like this, but they taught me how to count money fast in this manner. I was really glad. And I got good, lovely feedback because I would say that I'm someone that is very meticulous. I will never want to leave without balancing my accounts and all of that. So, yes.
The left and the right must correlate.
Exactly.
Okay.
For any debit entry, there must be a corresponding credit entry. So that was really helpful. When school resumed, I just felt, wow, I'm in the right profession studying accountancy.
Okay.
And it gave me push when school started.
All right. That's great. So,
and that was the first time I touched money, telling myself, wow, this is the work I did, and I'm being paid for it.
When you said that's the first time you touched money, is it like you touched the physical currency?
I
or
earned money.
You earned money
yes,
as an
I earned
accountant.
money as an accountant, not asking my parents to give me money for something because I already had my own savings from the work I did.
Whilst you're still in school?
Yes.
Okay.
While I was in school.
Now, let's run up a little. Human resource and team development. You, from your profile, I have seen that you had some quite experience with leadership and whilst you are transitioning from being an accountant to another sector where, though you're still carrying out the accounting activities, but it was a complete different organization and in a complete different sector. So tell us about that transition.
Okay, after my university, I did my NYSC in an accounting firm where I must say I got the knowledge I needed to excel in my career path, being an accountant. So from there, I worked in a hospital as a chief accountant and helped to set up the accounts department. In fact, it was very funny because the director said, I'm not going to call you just an accountant. I'm going to call you the chief accountant because you are the one in charge of this department. One thing I noticed is the delay in payment of salaries. But when I came on board, I had to learn how to be fast in collecting debts, in order to be able to submit and have enough funds for us to be able to pay our workers.
What did you do to the people? Did you threaten them?
To make the payments?
Yes.
Definitely not. I started on time. Reminders. You know, being a hospital is also very, will I use the word, that empathy. Someone is not feeling fine and you're going to remind, especially those in the ward, you need to make this payment. But I don't go through that part just directly. I go visiting them often, sharing their pain with them, encouraging them. And in fact, the patient will be the one telling whether it's the parent or whoever has to make the payment. Please, we need to settle, just because of the route I was following. Yes, I was able to make sure that debts were settled in good time in order to be able to pay them salary.
Okay. You're still watching Career Success on Achievement Channel. We're going to break shortly and we'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back and many thanks for joining us on the program Career Success. I'm still having a conversation with Doreen Onyekwelu, an accountant, with an expanse of 28 years in the profession. Welcome back, Doreen.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's talk about some of the challenges you encountered whilst you're practicing your profession, and some of the hurdles you needed to, to scale over, some of the mountains you faced as a practitioner. Tell us about it.
After my master's in accounting, same university, I got a job as the accountant. There was actually an accountant there already before I joined. But on getting there, I realized that there weren't accounting manuals. I was learning from what I was seeing. Nothing was laid down. The onboarding wasn't so fantastic. I told myself that whatever it is that I'm learning here or doing here, I must document everything to make it a lot easier for those that will come after me to have something to rely on and make onboarding easier for them. So that I managed to achieve, setting up all the accounting manuals. And from there, we transitioned from the manual aspect to using QuickBooks. QuickBooks is an accounting software which many companies use, so that helped a lot. It's a manufacturing company, and it's already a different set from the hospital. So hospital, you're talking about the income and expenditure, profit and loss services, but this is a manufacturing company. It also helped me to practice more of the things I learned in university, like cost accounting and management accounting, which is a different set of accounting from just the financial accounting.
Okay. Oh, so the kind of accounting that you practiced and executed when you were, working in the hospital is different from that
completely
which
different.
Obtained from the
in
manufacturing sector.
Company, yes.
Now, okay, now you were saying something about one of the companies where you worked for. There were no accounting standards or manuals to guide procedures to guide the accountants there. You set the record straight there. Didn't you encounter any of the accountants who were in that company who came after you?
Yeah,
Were there cases like that?
Yes, there was a big challenge, but I really overcame, and I thank God, because there was an accountant, so I was I was the second accountant.
Okay.
And 6 months after my confirmation, I was made the financial manager, and this accountant was still there. So you can imagine how it will look like, and a male at that matter.
I see.
Anyway, but what helped me a lot was the soft skills, human relations, making him understand that we are here, we share a common goal, and we must make it work. So it's not about the position, it's not about the title, but about our working together, collaborating. And that also settled his mind because I learned a lot from him, and he also learned a lot from me and worked hand in hand with me to ensure that we had that accounting principles documented.
Let's talk about your key successes and milestones. Which of these areas in your previous company, were there any key successes and milestones that you achieved? And also in the manufacturing, were there any key successes or the highest, will I call it accolade, or what you achieved whilst practicing within your 28 years span that you can boast about and confidently talk about?
One of the greatest things, I'll say, if I look back, I'm very happy to remember are the people I worked with, because I also helped them to see the importance of owning one's job. So we're not just working for a company, but we are working for ourselves. So to grow in integrity, just as things as little as being punctual to work, I helped them to see that it's really important to work with that mindset so that we'll be able to give our best. And people were grateful.
Okay, those achievements, were there promotions? Were there not just promotions in instances where you were celebrated and you were more like in the limelight, in the middle, in the organization? Because if that doesn't, I was expecting to hear something like that since you were...
Oh, definitely.
Yes, tell us about those.
Remember that when I started, I said that 6 months after, once immediately I was confirmed from just being an accountant, I was made the financial manager. And truly I was asking myself, wow, just 6 months into what I was doing, I looked back. One thing I said to myself, I guess they saw the attitude to work which I had. Just a little story on coming to Lagos for auditing. I went with my managing director, my direct boss. She was the one that told me this story afterwards when we were doing stock counts. And what was in the book wasn't aligning with what we were counting physically. And I said, no, we need to recount again. And the salesperson kept on saying, but it's just a difference of one.
An insignificant amount.
It's very insignificant according to him. But I just said 1 + 1 is equal to 2, and it has to balance. Either we change what is in the book because that's not what we are counting. And he was taken aback, but we had to do the right thing. So by the time I got back, my managing director actually told me that she overheard the conversation, that she was impressed. It's just something very little, but you can imagine how little things like this impress the owners because they feel you've taken it as your own, which was what I was trying to help every member of staff to see, that this your environment is yours. So if you are the head of sales, take up that role and work as a head of sales, that you are the owner of this organization. That mindset helps people a lot.
Okay, I see that. Now, you've worked in the medical sector, in the industry, you moved to manufacturing, and finally, you transitioned to education, which is, now you are the principal of one of the biggest schools in Lagos, Nigeria, the Lagoon School. You're not just the principal, you're also a member of that.
Moving to Lagos to work in Lagoon School, I actually went to work as a director of finance and administration. There wasn't a department set up for that. The vice principal, administration, and an accountant, they were just doing what they could do best. So the intention was to go and assist in setting up that department. But I fell in love with the school, and I said, well, this is an institution I want to work in, because it's like leaving home and going home. So it was, for me, it was home away from home. Yes, I was able to do that, setting up that department, introduced all I had learned from where I worked before in the East, coming to Lagos, using the same accounting software, QuickBooks. What made me to transition from being an accountant to moving as the principal of Lagon School, I want to believe that the pioneer principal already saw that in me. She already had that vision. It's true someone succeeded her, but she needed to move to Lagos Business School. That's where she's working now, and I also learned a lot from her.
Okay.
So I'm like the third principal of the Lagon School. I would want to say that there's a level you will reach in your career. What matters is now the soft skills, your relationship with people, which I call human skills, because you're dealing with parents, you're dealing with members of staff, you're dealing with students. So it's beyond just the managerial work of trying to do accounts, but we're now talking of leading people and ensuring that the people are doing what they ought to do. So I want to believe that the principal saw that a lot in me, because I will never want to leave until something is achieved. And I entered into mentoring the members of staff as well as students, even their parents. So there was something they must have seen in me, which for me, they are those soft skills, not the hard skills.
Okay. First of all, before you moved in there, you worked in the acting capacity as a principal before you were finally appointed as the substantive principal. Now, why were you first in acting capacity? They were still assessing your capacities? Or?
Yes. Okay. I became the acting principal because my background is accounting. I didn't have education qualification, so I needed to get that. It was something I never dreamt of, but I told myself, if this is an opportunity, why don't I go and get the qualification? So I had to get my professional diploma in education, as well as the mini MBA I did in education. So that took 1 year and a few months. So I have those qualifications. So now I'm
the principal. That's great. That's great news. Now, for many young professionals, for young people, because I see you talked about mentoring, and you equally referenced how you mentored staff members and students who have dreams. Some of them, whilst you're giving mentoring classes to them, will want to be like you, an accountant, or want to be someone in the corporate setting that will impact, our career and the jurisdiction of a career positively. What advice would you give to these persons who have such aspiration, but they being deterred by some of the hurdles they face or some of the challenges they encounter on the way?
The first thing I'm going to say is integrity. I like that when people are doing something, let them be known for what they are doing and let them do it very well. So whatever it is that they are doing or saying is what they are doing. And if I look back, I'll tell myself that that's what made me reach where I am now, not just because of my qualifications, but that's working with that mindset that I'm here to help people. I'm happy when people are happy. So my advice to these people will be to continue doing what they're doing and to tell themselves that I want to do it uprightly. I want to do it well. I want to do it, well, I will say above all, for love of God. Yes.
Okay, but in this generation, if one is going to engage in any career or in any profession, money is one of the primary motivating factor. Would you not consider that?
Money will come, but the first thing is service, hard work.
Good day. Welcome to Eloquence. Have you ever been out to events or occasions where certain people are being called upon to give a speech? And you're wowed based on their performance and confidence, based on their delivery and the power they ooze. Based on this, I'm in one of the streets in Lagos to ask for people's opinion about public speaking. Do you think public speaking is an inborn talent or a skill? Come with me as we sample people's opinion on this. I am Adeoye Damilola, and this is Eloquence. What do you think about public speaking? Do you think it is an inborn talent or a skill?
Well, public speaking, it works both ways. It might be by skill and it might be by birth. Like, some people are naturally talented to speak, and I think we have that commonly than the one of the skills.
It's an inborn. It is not easy acquiring that as a skill.
Well, I think it's a combination of the two. You understand? It could be an inborn talent and also a skill. Some they develop theirs, while others is an inborn thing for them. They are able to face crowd, you understand? We have some of us that have phobia.
Well, I think it's a skill, something you have to actually learn how to do.
To the best of my knowledge, it is a skill. It's not an inborn talent.
Yeah, we can say public speaking is an inborn talent, but it can be developed.
I think it's both, really, because I believe that some people have it inborn and some people develop it as a skill. But you just need a certain level of confidence, you know, to purport yourself to where you want to be.
I don't think it's inborn. I think it could be inborn, but every skill in this life, you have to learn it from something or someone. So it's something you can develop.
I think it's both, because some people are born with the talent of oration. They can speak very well, even when they're not educated. Some, they have to learn it to know how to speak. Especially if you're a public figure and you think you speak in public and all that. That's why you have schools where they teach you how to speak in public, to have confidence and all that. So some people are born with it, some people they just have to learn it.
I think it's a skill. It is a skill where people can develop it, and once they know how, they can gather the ability to do that.
It is a skill. You can learn it. You understand? You can say, I can do this, I can do that.
Our government officials, our leaders, what do you think about their speeches?
Most of them, I think they get the ones that are skilled with the public speaking to do that for them. Maybe because of their educational background. Some didn't get to finish school and all, so they are not really good in public speaking. They do more of speech, written speech. Most of them do read, and those that want to deliver 100%.
And I'll say they read it. You know, it's quite obvious. You know, it's read.
A lot of times they don't really pass the message across, and you can't blame them. You know, somebody has to walk over what they are delivering onto us, and they don't do what they ought to do. At the end of the day, they mess it up.
They are reading it, they are not delivering it. It's not, what I'm saying is that it's not purposely that probably they have it in their hand. It's possible they memorize it, or they have the point with them, they just develop it one after the other. So they are reading it, they just don't deliver it. That's my belief.
They actually write speeches for most of them. Meaning some people who took their time to go to school or go to learn all of those things, I mean how to read and write or something, you understand, I write for these people and they come to read to us. You understand, our leaders just say their mind to the guys who write, you understand now, and those guys write it for them, so they come to write another person's mind, in quotes, meaning their own thoughts must have been altered by some kind of writers or some kind of people who think they can write for the public or something. So
they just read this.
They just read the speeches out. So
sometimes most of them read the speech.
I would say they deliver, because at times when you peruse what the speeches they made, at times it's not all that right with the action.
Some deliver, some read from the script they are given, some deliver it, they just speak it, you know, spontaneously from the way they feel about the topic.
They read, Neil. The majority of them read.
So, there it is. What is your opinion? Do you think public speaking is an inborn talent or a skill? Till we meet again next week, this is Eloquence. Eloquence is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Welcome to Achievers Money. Achievers Money is a show dedicated to exploring the essential skills, strategies, and the mindsets that empower individuals to achieve success in their personal and professional lives. It's a platform where viewers gain valuable insights from experts and thought leaders across various fields, learning how to overcome challenges, maximize their potential, and ultimately achieve their financial and life goals. The show delves into topics like leadership, communication, entrepreneurship, personal finance, and more, offering practical advice and inspiring stories to motivate and equip viewers for success. It's about more than just money. It's about achieving a well-rounded and fulfilling life. I am your host, Dr. Ray Echebiri, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, our guest is a man with a diverse background from entertainment and real estate to logistics and manufacturing. He is also a member of a prominent royal family in Nigeria. Welcome, Kenny.
It's good to be here.
Right. Now, let's start with your experience over the years. You build businesses across various sectors and various countries. In trucking, even in manufacturing, what is your personal blueprint for turning ideas into money?
Okay, so what I always like to think of is, do I need that service or product that I plan on selling? Do I need it? And if I don't need it, do lots of other people need it? And if I don't need it and do lots of other people don't need it, does the government say we must have it? There's a lot of things you don't need that the government requires you to have. So I pay attention to all those things. The things that people are gonna buy, whether by choice or by force. And usually I start with a personal problem and I expand from there. And one of my big rules is I never do anything alone. So I always have a partner. I don't think I've ever done any successful business without a partner. I always make sure I have a partner with me that is strong in that business.
Oh, but many
so that's my strategy.
Oh, great. But many people in Nigeria believe that partnership doesn't work here. It really works for you?
I think they're wrong, yes. I don't think anything else would work for me. If I wasn't somebody who partnered frequently by rule, I don't think I would have been able to do as many businesses. And personally, I don't think businesses work the best if it's owned by one person.
Yeah, you come from a family of public service, but you veered off that and you're creating a niche for yourself. You've created a path for yourself. How did you do that? And how do you measure impact and income?
Okay. So that I would have to edit that a little bit. So I didn't create a niche for myself. I still work in public service. I work in currently I'm the young professional council president for FIAPSHI, and what we do is literally public service. So we interact with government. We have government officials that are members. We just had our induction ceremony last week. A couple government officials were just inducted into the organization. So it's like a private-public mix, and we advocate a lot for better policy, sustainable policy with Lagos State government a lot. So I wouldn't say I've veered away from public money, and you need to have a steady flow of income so you don't start stealing or looking at the people's money. That's the way I think. So I don't think I'll be giving that much value to the people if I'm not making sure my own bottom line is secure before deciding to be, and I think that's something my family has taken really important, I'm taking really seriously. It's been something I've been taught growing up, like make sure you have a business that sustains you, then go do whatever you want to do for the public.
Right. You brokered a whole lot of businesses in different sectors, and you are doing well in most of these deals. Now, how do you balance the long-term success of these businesses and profitability, which of course should be the bottom line that every businessman should be looking at.
Yes, so different businesses require different mindsets. So there's some businesses that you have to come to terms with the fact that you're not going to make money today or next year or in 3 years.
Okay.
But that doesn't make it not a worthy investment. Then you have to make a business. You have to have a business that creates cash flow for you, so you have day-to-day money. That's why it's important for me to have multiple sources, you know, by way of multiple skill sets. That's the reason why I've been in so many industries, because I basically decided, like, coming out of college, that I wasn't gonna be an employee of anyone, and that forced me to keep my mind open and my eyes open for opportunities. So I try to understand that in order to have long-term growth, you have to have a business that's built for long-term success. You also have to have a business that's built for short-term success, so you can stay afloat.
Now, how do you now look at long-term businesses, especially when it comes to funding? You know, you may not have all the money in the world to fund that business. So how do you raise money for the long term to be able to fund those businesses?
It's been a trickier puzzle in Nigeria. In the US, money is cheap and money is easy to get. And the moment you've done a couple businesses that have even remotely succeeded, banks are usually willing to give you money. So that wasn't an issue in the US, but in Nigeria, it's a different story. But luckily, my strategy is to live significantly below my means. Again, once I made the commitment that I was always going to be an entrepreneur and never be an employee, I knew that I can't live fat when things are high. So I'm someone who always felt like if I can make $100,000 a year, and I know that there are people who are living and eating every day, but they only make $35,000 a year, then it's possible for me to make $100,000 a year and live on $38,000 a year and leave the rest for investment and long-term growth. So I set myself up to always have something I can just squeeze cash out of. It's like a plant that something that I planted 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where I know, okay, this is growing here. So basically frugality. That's my funding mechanism.
That's great. But are you saying that all the businesses you do, you get the funds through this means?
No.
Or you don't borrow?
No, so
that means you don't borrow at all.
In Nigeria,
yeah,
borrowing is just out of the question for me because the mathematics don't make sense. Except for a real estate project. That's a different story. And even then it doesn't make sense, but we can squeeze some sense out of it if we can. What I was able to do is, this is what I'm a big believer in the return home to Nigeria, but I always tell people, secure yourself there. The US is a place where they have a economic system and an economic pool that can allow you to earn some good money.
Yeah.
So as a business person, you're mostly losing. Every serious business person knows that you're losing, and then 1 or 2 good decisions are what carry you most of your business career. So the times, what I was lucky for was in the times when I had my big wins, I kept a lot of my money. You know, I know some business people who made a lot of money, way more money than me, but they don't have any money today because they did everything they felt like when they had money. And so I think I was deeply affected by the 2008 financial crisis in the US. I was in 12th grade at the time. I watched a lot of my classmates, their parents lose their houses.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for me, my parents were okay, but I know they lost a good amount of money. It just didn't affect them as bad, but I saw people lose their property, lose their houses, people who thought they had a pension. The pension got evaporated.
Mm-hmm.
People had worked 35 years based on a promise, and that got obliterated by a couple of people at the top making decisions. I was 18 at the time. We were just coming into the Obama era, Then I watched Obama forgive all of them.
Yeah.
That affected me a lot mentally. And so that forced me to know that I can never, ever put myself in a position to trust the system. I watched a lot of my people, like, you know, growing up, I had friends who their parents make $300K a year, and they look like they make a lot of money, but they're spending $270K a year.
Yeah.
And so I learned from other people's mistakes, family members, friends, family, friends, just adults that I saw. And I guess I was traumatized to a certain degree, and that changed my financial viewpoint and my way of operating moving forward. So I have I'm not a disciplined person in a lot of ways, but financially I'm very disciplined.
That's great. That's great. Good to know. Now, a lot of people are not as lucky as you are. In the sense that you were able to get a whole lot of money to fund your dreams here in Nigeria from your own personal savings, or maybe, some other investments that are yielding you some returns.
Yes.
But now some people have some dreams and they need to fund them. And the only advice they have, the only option they have is more or less to go to the bank to borrow.
Yes.
And the rate is in the region of 30% now. So what is your advice for those people?
Yeah, so for people in that situation, I say it's very important to, companies do this all the time, but I think human beings can start doing that, families can start doing that. First of all, do a feasibility study on the thing you're trying to, the project you're trying to embark on. Do you make enough, do you have access to enough money? Do you know people who are willing to loan it to you? And are you even comfortable taking these loans from them? I know people who would give me money today. I feel very uncomfortable taking it because I'm not gonna prospect with somebody else's money and then tell them stories. So you have to gauge your own comfort level. Some people have to come to terms with the fact that we can't do this. I need to work for a certain amount of time. Now, I say I never wanted to be an employee personally, but I'm not one of those people who speaks against it. Definitely, I know some people who were able to launch some pretty good businesses because they held on to their job for another 4 years and saved, you know, and time, over time, you have to come to terms with your limitations. There's a lot of projects I want to take on. I want to build a skyscraper. I can't right now.
Okay.
I have to come to terms with that. One day maybe I will, but I have to build myself towards that. Come up with a plan for how you can come as close as possible to it, and try your best, and definitely engage in partnership as much as you can. Networking.
Great. And it's been a very interesting discussion. We need to go on break now.
Okay.
When we return, we continue with this very exciting and interesting discussion with Kenny.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I find it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. It's still the Achievers Money, and we still have in the studio Kenny. Kenny, it's been an interesting discussion.
Definitely.
And let's continue.
Yes.
Now, it does appear you have a way of spotting where the money is. You've gone into real estate, and all over the world, real estate is a money spinner.
Yes.
And you floated Remax One Lagos. How did you come about that dream?
Well, to be honest, I've always been in real estate, from a family, so it's my family business, RE/MAX. So what we did was we acquired the RE/MAX franchise and now operate as RE/MAX. So over the course of years, my father and my parents have accumulated real estate holdings. I was in charge of a number of them in Miami growing up, but during a certain point in my life, in my young adulthood, coming out of university. So it wasn't so much that I didn't come up with real estate. Like, no one can take credit for coming up with real estate. Is as old as time. What we just did is found an appreciation for it. I don't think enough people respect real estate as much as they should. So I wouldn't say that was exactly a shrewd spot. It's just real estate is tried and tested over time. And I think if you want to protect yourself and protect your assets for as long as possible, real estate is usually the smartest route. So I don't think I could take credit for finding something special in the market from the real estate standpoint, at least. Yeah.
Okay. Now, why did you go for franchising? Why didn't you come up with your own unique name instead of going for RE/MAX One, which is a foreign brand?
So our perspective was, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We have a couple problems here in Nigeria. We have a huge trust deficit. We massively don't trust each other.
Okay.
And for good reason. Not to say that people trust each other in the U.S. The only difference is they trust the system. So you don't trust each other and you don't trust the system.
Yeah.
But what we do trust as Nigerians is established brands over time, especially when they're foreign, especially when they're American for some reason. So it's a psychological thing. So people buy with what they're used to. It's like a Nigerian, if you drop them off in the middle of the desert and you put 10 restaurants in front of them and one of them is Tantalizer, they'll probably walk into the Tantalizer. That's just what they're familiar with. That's how people are. So, and I studied data and I saw that about half the new build in Lagos between 2019 and 2022 was bought by people in the diaspora. So they're the ones with the cash who've saved up $100,000 who can convert it to Naira and invest in a property in Nigeria. And I figured it made more sense. Like, actually, my mom brought the idea to me, and, I thought about it, and I completely agreed. I looked at it like, okay, so if I can sell real estate using a brand that they already know and trust, and then they feel like there's some type of accountability, they feel like they believe that I have a great interest in not defrauding them or engaging in any kind of, untrustworthy behavior, they'll be more likely to buy with us. And they're the ones buying at the largest rate. And then also the Nigerians in Nigeria who are HNIs, who have the money to buy these properties, a lot of them are also aware of RE/MAX from their travels and whatnot. So it just made more sense, rather than reinvesting the wheel and then spending millions on establishing trust in your brand.
Okay.
I just figured just pay someone who's already done the hard work
Okay.
of establishing a brand and making it trustworthy, and then use their brand.
Okay. Does it mean that your target is Nigerians in the diaspora, not really Nigerians in Nigeria?
No, my target is not Nigerians in Nigeria. It just so happens that Nigerians in the diaspora are buying at a rate that allows you to keep your lights on, to then launch yourself to sell to the Nigerians. Because you can bring Nigerians up to speed on the brand, but who you really want to impress and target at first are the people with the money right now to keep your business afloat long enough for you to make a profit, to then market the brand to the Nigerians and then make that a Nigerian. So it's very much RE/MAX has a great interest in having a established brand in the largest black nation in the world, with the country with the largest number of people under the age of 18 in Africa. So that's a huge group of people, future homeowners, future adults, future renters. You want to trap them, you want to catch them, but first you need those HNIs and those diaspora people to keep you afloat and keep your bills paid and keep your lights on.
From all indications, actually, you know so much about the Nigerian real estate market. What is your position, or what's your take on the Nigerian real estate market? Is it growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Or are there impediments, if it is not growing at the rate it's supposed to grow? Are there impediments, things that are not making it to grow at the rate it's supposed to grow?
It's a mixed, it's kind of a half and half answer. So it's growing at a good rate. The amount of units that the average Nigerian could even afford is not growing at a good rate. So what that means is we have a lot of real estate that's unoccupied. We have a lot, I mean, I know if you use you're from the Southeast, you go to the Southeast, there's a high volume of real estate, like value-wise, that's unoccupied. If you go to some places in Anambra State, you have 1 billion naira houses, and there might be 100 of them in one community. That's 100 billion naira worth of real estate that's unused because the owners in Lagos or Abuja or in the US or in London or wherever they live. Lagos, same thing, a lot of like land banking, you know, real estate banking. So there's a lot of unoccupied units in Ikoyi, VI. We have a shortage of affordable housing, which is making the price of housing inflated, which is good for like the real estate professionals as it is now. I don't think it's a good formula for the polity at large. We need a lot more affordable housing. In order to make affordable housing, we would have to get into way more creative ways of debt. They would have to make debt cheaper. They would have to create, you know, using different financial mechanisms, create a way to allow the average Nigerian to be able to one day own a home. There's many Nigerians who rented for years and years and years and had to save up for 30 years just to finally build a house. If you're working, if you can keep a job for 30 years and it's a solid job, you should be able to own a house, in my viewpoint. There's many teachers, university professors, many people, civil servants. Maybe they won't have the house they want, but you should be able to own a property that's yours that you can give to your kids when you die. Yeah. And I think that's very, very doable if we're willing to be creative, like financially, private sector and public sector working together.
Mortgage is an issue.
Mortgage is a huge issue in Nigeria. It's a very huge issue.
And what do you suggest, what are the ways we can get around that?
Okay, personally, I think that the bank or banks who are willing to bet on the housing market are gonna win. There's a thing called REOs. So banks have the ability to engage in the business of REOs. So basically, look, many banks in Nigeria don't want to get into the real estate business. I think that's a huge mistake. They use AMCON, you know, but to me, I think it makes sense that if a man wants to buy a property that's 100 million, that's inevitably going to like appreciate over time, why not give him a fair mortgage? And then we also have to have very strict regulation on that space so that, yes, this man is going to engage in this deal with you. You give him a loan, he buys the house. You own the title, and he pays over time. If he misses it, if he starts missing payments up to a certain point, you repossess the property. You keep the money he has already paid you over time, and you get the actual house and whatever value it is. But a lot of banks don't want to get into that business. I will never understand why a bank doesn't want to get into the REO business. But the first bank to decide that I'm going to give people mortgages, I know there's a bunch of microfinance. You go to a bank now, they have like 18 G-Wagons parked in the parking lot because they've collected people's stuff. But the issue is that you have a G-Wagon. That is going to depreciate forever and ever. If it's parked in your parking lot for 1 year, it's lost 1 year of value. In that 1 year, they've made another G-Wagon. So that's the issue. So the moment they're ready to face the real estate industry and actually stop being afraid to run a real estate division in their banks, they'll always be scared of the mortgage space.
Okay, now the next issue I would like you to discuss is entrepreneurship. when should an exit if they are struggling with a particular business?
Okay, that's also an ethical question to me as well, because I'm like an entrepreneur, and I personally think you have an ethical duty to, like, for example, if I start a business, I have a bunch of people, I told them to come work for me, we're gonna grow this thing, blah, blah, blah. I've told them all. If the thing starts going bad, I have an ethical duty to make sure I make it work. For the sake of a lot of these people, some people have given up one job to take the job with me, a job that they could have built their future with. So I think ethically, you should definitely try your best to see it through. So I think it very much matters what the reason for exiting is. If you're exiting because you're at your own limit and there's a company or a business that has way more tools and leverage that can make that company bigger, for example, I think you have a duty to, you have a fiduciary duty to your investors, to yourself. You can make some good money, and a lot of your employees can become part of a larger organization that could take them places they couldn't be, or some of them can take a payout as, original founders. So I think that if you can come out without damaging too many people's lives, get out of it as fast as you can. If you're getting out because it's not working at all,
right.
If you're getting out because it's not working but it can work, you're just not the person who can take it to where it's supposed to go. Then there's also taking on partners. You don't have to exit. There's also taking on partners. Maybe you don't own majority stake anymore, but you can certainly, there's many ways to cut that cake when it comes to fixing a bad business now. But this is very different from if the business is not working and realistically can't work. That's a different story. But if it's a business that can work and it's just not working under you, maybe take on some partners.
Right. Kenny, one last question, and it's about the youths.
Yes.
Many of them have this entrepreneurial fire burning in them. They want to start their own businesses. Some are also there trying to make money very quickly.
Yes.
What is your advice for the Nigerian youths? Those who want to start their own businesses, how do they go about it? What are the right steps that they must take?
Okay, so one of the things I always tell young people is be very self-aware. Self-awareness is one of the most important traits because it allows you to know who you are, audit yourself accurately, audit your surroundings. There's some businesses you just simply can't get into because you're not in a space to get into it. But you can get yourself into that space. So I always tell young people it's very important to network as much as you can, provide value. One of my lucky traits is that I don't have this sense that I'm not afraid to be used. So I think a lot of people, in order to not be used, they never want to do anything for free. Someone who has value and that you need isn't going to hang around you if you're not giving them value. And if you're making them pay you for the value, it's like, fine, I could just go hire someone else. For someone to give you the chance, for someone to give you an opportunity that on paper you might not deserve. Maybe you deserve it spiritually, maybe you deserve it, but on paper, no one can prove that you deserve it. For someone to believe in you and give you those kinds of chances, you have to, one, be willing to provide value without asking for anything in return. That's something that I've always done. And network, take advantage of the people around you and find ways to give them value and grow. That's how you get into rooms. That's how you get opportunities. The reason why you're even allowed to be here is because someone is benefiting from you being there. If you work really hard to not allow people to benefit from you, you'll get the kind of outcomes that comes with that. I see a lot of young people. I know in Nigeria they use this one. They won't use my head, and I'm like, you probably should let them. That's what's going to allow them to bring you around, call you when this is happening. Oh, come around because you're valuable. Then that's how you network and leverage your network and all those things and take advantage of it for the short and long term. And be honest. If it's fast money, question it. Some fast money is real and pure. Sometimes, if you're lucky, once in that 1 in 100 times, there's fast money that's real and pure. But more than likely, it's not real and it's not pure. Try to avoid it if you can. Be honest. And I know it sounds cliche, but that matters a lot to people. Even thieves want you to be honest, you know? So I think it matters, like, you know, just work on yourself a lot. Make money, try to make money as much as you can in different ways. Don't have too much pride. Don't think there's anything that's above you, that's below you. And at the same time, don't think anything is above you. You know, have audacity, but with guardrails. You know, these are things I would tell young people. I see this every day. I see a lot of young people who could squeeze more juice out of the orange of life, but they don't due to certain maybe character flaws, not believing themselves, believing too much in themselves, you know, all these different things. So definitely audit yourself, be very self-aware, and work on yourself constantly. That's what I would say, tell to the youth.
That's straight from the expert. These are things you may not be able to learn in a business school, but we got all of them here from Achievers Money. Thank you very much, Kenny.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye-bye, viewers. See you next time.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb: smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know, but in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So, let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends. Embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
Hello and welcome to Mighty Moms, the show dedicated to the strength and determination of mothers who pursue their dreams while raising a family. I'm your host, Sarah Roberts, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi here in Lagos. Today, we are discussing how to balance high-level operations with the demands of motherhood. Our guest is a legal expert with a master's from the University of Buckingham and a professional track record in HR and organizational coordination. She has managed firms in real estate and law and is currently the company secretary for GCW Nigeria Limited, all while being a devoted wife and a mother of 3, sea and heart. Stay tuned. Otonjo, I hope you are okay with me calling you Otonjo or Tonjo. Definitely. Which one do you prefer?
Definitely, anyone is fine actually. So.
All right, I like Tonjo.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
So maybe I'll mix it. Otonjo, Tonjo. It's a wonderful name.
Thank you.
You're welcome
Thank you.
to the show.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here too.
Thank you so much. Otonjo, you have a master's in international law.
Yes.
And an HR qualification.
Yes.
How do these professional skills help you to solve everyday problems at work?
Okay, first of all, I would say, okay, so I have a background in law. Even before master's, my first degree was in law. And by the time I went into the workplace, I worked in the legal department, I worked in the administrative department. And for some reason, maybe it's just I'm a woman, I don't know, but I found the administrative and HR department more interesting. It was more practical, more hands-on. Yeah, law was more like, engaging. Yes, more engaging. And law is like, oh, you're just always writing or researching. So I just said, okay, you know what, I wanted to change. That's just it. I just decided to do certification to actually move into the HR sector.
Seriously?
Yes, actually. And then I moved in there and, you know, I found out that it's almost like it's a very good marriage. The legal system, the law and HR actually work perfectly together. I would say that the two of them are integral for the progress of the company. HR deals with the management of the human resources, and then law tells you the legal implications of managing human resources, managing transactions of the company. So it kind of gave me an advantage almost immediately. I didn't see it before I got into it, but when I got into it, I found out that, okay, this actually works. I would see that the other HR staff will come and meet me and ask, okay, the law, so can we do this or can we not do this? Or even in their templates, the employment contracts that they give staff, most of the time, HR staff, they can just use a general template for their employment contracts. But as a lawyer, I would look into this contract and say, okay, this is a trap. I look at some clauses and say, no, you have to remove this from there. If not, you put your clients into a trap. So I was able to advise. I had the advantage also with risks that you cannot take with your employees or business. The company cannot, depending on the company you are, there are some businesses you can't go into, there are some businesses you can. So I was just able to advise on that part and also do what I wanted, be more engaging, be more practical, both with staff, both with transactions. So I think it really helps. It's a very good marriage, and it actually benefits the company in the long run. And it gave me the advantage, the market advantage too, to have the two of them. So yeah.
So at a point, you must have been so indispensable.
Oh yes.
In 2 walls.
In 2 walls, yes. Yes, I would say that, definitely.
That's great. Otonjo,
yes,
you have held top roles in tough industries like construction and real estate. What are some of the important lessons you learn about leading teams in those fields?
Okay, well, so in the different industries I've worked in, I feel like I've learned a lot. But then I'll say what stands out to me is, as the most important lesson, is working well with your team members. Definitely, that stands out, because a company or an organization is a corporate entity, and a corporate person has its own personality. That means it can be sued, it can go into transactions, it can sue,
borrow.
Yes, borrow, exactly. So, because it's not an individual person, doesn't have hands and legs. So I would say your staff, your team, they're your hands and your legs. And then the delivery or the productivity of the company actually depends on the staff you have and how you work well to deliver. So first of all, I would say I've learned that you have to choose the right workforce.
Yeah.
That may take some time. You may go into the season of hiring and firing, but then when you do get the right workforce, build a structure, a system around it that you can work well with them to deliver. So I would say that structure would entail discipline, will entail accountability, putting systems in place that will make your employees accountable. Willingness, definitely willingness. A lot of feedback, a lot of, you don't want to be too on one end where you're just structure, strict, and your staff can't actually come to you. So you should also show some empathy. Show that you're sensitive to the needs of your employee, your staff, so that they can come to you. They can give you feedback. The worst thing to happen to you is to have a hostile workforce.
Yeah.
And that has happened to me once. So they stifle the productivity, and at the end of the day, you look bad.
Yeah.
You look really bad. So you have to have a workforce, a team that you can work with. You have to create alliances. You have to create systems that allow for accountability. So it doesn't look like at any point you're witch hunting your employees.
Yeah.
This is the rule. This is what you have to do. This is the consequence if you don't do it. So it's clear to everyone. So create a plan, clear plan, structures, discipline, feedback, and also be empathetic towards them.
That's good. Osonjo, being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. And by the way, you don't even look like a mother of 1. Talk less of 3. You look marvelous. You look outstanding. You look amiable. You look everything that, I don't know what adjective I should use to describe you, really. So being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. How do you deal with the busy mornings and some of the stressful days without actually feeling overwhelmed?
I would not even lie to you that it's not tough.
It's not tough.
That it's not tough.
Okay.
I didn't say no, it's easy. I won't say that. Yeah, I wouldn't just say no, you can do it. And yes, you can. However, I would say it takes a lot of planning and intentionality. A lot of that. So First of all, I would start with the planning. Let me go to the planning aspect. And I feel the planning should start with you and your partner.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Family.
Yes. Your partner and you have to understand what you want out of life and understand how to support each other to actually achieve it. It's very important. Once you understand what you want and, understand, okay, this is what I want, this is how I'm going to achieve it, this is where you come in, this is where I come in, it makes it easier. Nobody feels like, oh no, you're selfish, or because that comes up, when the stress comes up, that may come up. So you have to understand with your partner, you have to plan. In the planning, there should be structure put in place. I'm a very structured person. I'll show you.
know.
HR, so everything is structure. And then there should be your support system. It's very important to have a healthy support system around it. You can't do everything
Family
yourself.
members.
Yes. You can't do everything yourself. Family members, staff. But I would say that if you have staff, then it's necessary to put structure around accountability.
Yes.
So you can, for example, have cameras in your home.
Of course.
Or you can create timelines around your children pending your work period, the work day. So for example, I'm here, I know my kids are in school,
And your mind is...
Exactly, okay, they're in school, they have this. And when they come back from school, you can either create extracurricular activities, or they're doing lesson, or there's a prep period, but you can kind of account for what they're doing during the day. So that if they are not there, depending on who is your support system, you can get them to account for it, you can talk to them about it. So I would say it's very important.
Yeah.
I would also say, despite this whole structure, it's very important to also talk to your kids, create time in the day. I know it's hard because some people work late, so you may come back late, it's hard, but you have to create time in the day. Either you call them from work if you can't, but you have to create time in the day to touch base with them, find out what is going on. Don't keep it till the weekend.
Give them room to communicate with you.
Exactly. You can't keep it till the weekend where you don't hear and, because you find out that you work for certain years and you don't know your children eventually. And your children it's a very integral part of your life too. So you can't just drop it. I would say that structure is important, support system at home, and also in the workplace. The structure is very important. So you create policies on everything. Policies of time of resumption, time to check out, retention of client retention policies, conflict resolution policies. Make it clear. Choose your team. They know your policies and they can work with it. It's almost like on autopilot. Whether you have to go out for a meeting, whether you have to travel, your staff know what they're working with.
This discussion is getting more interesting. We will be right back shortly after this break.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, stimulating.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. Otonjo, you are an expert at making things run smoothly. You said it earlier, dude. Can you tell us some of the simple tricks you use in making your home run, or keeping your home run as smoothly, your home life run as smoothly and organized as your work life?
Okay. So I would say those two things, I would have to repeat them again. The structure and the support system. They're actually very important, because you can't, if you don't have a support system, you can't do everything yourself. You can't be here and be somewhere else at the same time.
A mother is said to have 10 hands.
I'm telling you, like, you have to have eyes behind your head, really. So you do a lot. You do a lot, and then you have to ensure that everything comes together to ensure that you're progressing. You're not just running around in circles. So I would say you have to have a support team. It can be family. You know, some people have family, grandparents, siblings that can stay with the children, you know, or it can be staff. Some people don't have their family around them. But if it is staff, you have to have cameras. You have to have a
special plan.
Because you don't know who you're leaving your children with. You have to have that accountability. You have to be able to account for their timelines, their spaces, what they are doing at each time. It helps. Also, you have to, if you have family, same thing. Same thing. You have to be able to talk to them. You have to make sure they're accountable to you. They have a good relationship with the children. Hear from your children. Because sometimes the staff will give you the impression that everything is going on well. And then you talk to the child and it's not going on well. So you have to be able to get feedback. Always get feedback. Always have people in place that can help you, because you can't do everything. You have to delegate.
Being a career woman and a mother at the same time is not easy.
Not easy. No.
But it is achievable.
Yes, it is achievable.
So Otonjo, with such a demanding career and a family of 5, what do you do where self-care is concerned? How do you find time for self-care? And why do you think it is important for your mental
health,
well-being?
I think self-care is very important, especially when you work really hard.
So you make plans for a kind of getaway alone?
Definitely, definitely.
Let's hear it.
Yes, so I would say first of all, you have to be conscious. You have to be very deliberate about that. You have to have spiritual and physical rejuvenation. If you don't relax, if you're not deliberate, you would burn out.
Exactly.
And then when you do burn out, it's not beneficial to anybody. It's not beneficial to you. It's not beneficial to the people you're working with. It's not beneficial to your children. So if you burn out, you're useless to everybody.
So you're like a machine that is not functioning.
Exactly. So you're useless to everybody. So everyone has the way they feel they relax. It's not one fits all, but I would recommend that whatever it is that you do to relax, you need to do it. You need to take time out to do it. I would say I like to spend time I meditate, spend time with God, and then I take time off. I like weekends away sometimes to indulge. You work hard. You work hard for your money. So spend your money on yourself, not just kids and, you know. So take time off. Go to a spa. Get a spa treatment. Sometimes pamper yourself. You deserve it because you work hard. So take time out to relax. Also, another thing I like is also sometimes create memories with your kids. You know, they don't go back. You can't relive their age. Once they pass their age, they've passed it. So you are at work most of the time.
There must be a history.
Exactly. So
for one to fall back on later on.
Yes.
This is what we
did. Yes. You know, so take time out. You know, take time out for yourself, with your spouse. You can choose to take time out with your spouse or by yourself or with the kids, you know. And just, you know, relax.
But
whatever
it's important
it is.
that
very
you have
important. Very, very important.
Self is like a tripod.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You have to be deliberate. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, Otonjo, what piece of advice would you want to give to our mighty moms out there who want to reach the top or the peak of their careers without actually neglecting their homes or family?
Okay, so with this, I would start from the very beginning. And for me, the very beginning is family. Family. The partner you choose. The partner you choose to marry is very, very important. You should start from there. What do you want in life? Define what you want. What do you want? Speak with your partner and agree even before you go into marriage. I know people play this down, and many times you find out that people get married out of feelings. You know, the way this partner makes me feel, the way, you know. But then you find out that you go into marriage and those feelings, they dwindle. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, and then the pressures come. Pressure of children, pressure of finance, so many things. And then you throw
all
those
of a
feelings.
sudden
Exactly.
you start having goals and dreams that emerges from nowhere.
And then because you haven't planned, it is actually very hard to just step into it all of a sudden, you know. So you should plan very well with your partner. See who your partner is, you know exactly what you want, know exactly what he wants. If you feel that you are not compatible for marriage, then that's the time that you should rethink, should I marry this person or not? For example, somebody wants, is just very family oriented, doesn't want you to work, you know, at that time you have to ensure this is what I want. Are we willing to go or not? You have to know. Then there are some people that just want, okay, be in the workforce. In that case, you talk around it. When you have decided that, okay, this is the person I want, you now create systems around it that can actually work, you know. So you want a woman that maybe works, is in the workforce. As a man, a partner, you have to be prepared to assist her with the home front too. So you guys are not, you're not in competition.
Your partners.
Your partners. You need to work together, you know. So have that discussion and know that, okay, these are the challenges you're going to face since you have decided on this. What do we do? As I said before, it's not one fits all.
Yeah.
They are different. Exactly. So you decide, this is what I want.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. This is the support system we can create around it. For some people, it may be work before we have children. Maybe let's spend some few years before we have children. When you do have the children, take a bit of time off. At that time, we'll save or we'll invest for later on. Some people, it may be
all the way.
All the way. So it just depends on you and your partner and your planning. It's very, very important to plan. I would say that. And then when you do plan, create the system. Create the system around it. Create, you know, get the support system you need. Get the structure in place you need. You guys know you're working together. So it's not a surprise. Your partner is, no, I don't want this. Or, you know, we've already talked about it.
Yeah.
You know, so you can always come back and say, but we talked about this. Let's go back to our drawing board and let's see what are the things we need to put in place that will enable this to work. Because either of I feel the two pillars are so important. If you do not do your career well or achieve what you want to achieve, you may feel unfulfilled. But then your children are so important that when you do retire, because one day you will.
Yeah, they will show.
Exactly. You will, and you will come back to children that maybe you don't know, or children that don't really have a bond at all with their parents.
With their family, yeah.
And then somehow, in some ways, I wouldn't say, no, I'm not saying financially, but even if you're wealthy, your children would administer your finances at the end of the day. Now, if you haven't trained these children well, or you don't have a relationship with them, you may be put in a home. You know, true. you may be neglected because no matter how rich or wealthy you are, as you get older, the things you can do by yourself reduce. And then these children are supposed to take over from you. if they don't know what to do, you're also in trouble.
So everything is hinged on
yes,
planning.
Is yes.
The mighty mother must
plan
to
important.
enjoy her future.
Yes,
Isn't it?
Definitely.
Thank you so much. I wish we could continue, Otonjo, but this is where we have to draw the curtain. Okay. But believe me, I have enjoyed this session. I've gotten some tips, and I'm sure our mighty moms out there have also gotten some tips that will help them to pursue their career and also learn to not neglect their home. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a powerful session. A huge thank you to Otonjo Bobadilla for reminding us that being organized in business starts with a disciplined and loving heart at home. We've learned today that motherhood isn't a barrier to success. It's a source of incredible resilience. Remember to follow Achievement Channel on all social platforms and use the hashtag Mighty Moms to join the conversation. I'm Sarah Roberts, and this is Mighty Moms. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep leading, and keep seeing possibilities.
Day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be days.
Hello, this is Achievement Channel and I'm Tracy Dominic. Today we're at Central Lagos CMS where we are diving into an intriguing question. How do we rate our own public speaking skills? Yes, we often judge others, but how do we assess ourselves? Today we're about to find out all of that and more, so come with me.
On the good speaker, I rate myself number 1.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say I will rate myself 5.
Public speaking is not my thing. Yeah. If there's a way I can pass the responsibility to someone else, I will do that. But if there's no way, yeah, I'll stand up and do the speaking. If I rate myself, I'll rate myself average, maybe 5. I won't rate myself 5.
I will rate my skill of speaking, right? I'll rate 3%. 3. That's good.
I'll rate my public speaking 2. So about 10.
Good.
I can rate my public speaking to 3.
I'm not really a public speaker because I only speak outside. I think it takes time for us to develop such skills. But if I need to rate myself, maybe I'll give myself 5. Because at least I speak to my clients regarding my job.
And my skill, I'll give myself 8. 8, yes.
Hey, that's a good one. All right, thank you.
I'll rate myself 7/10. I'm a good public speaker. I'll rate myself 7/10.
I hope today's insights have inspired you to take a step back and evaluate your own speaking skills. Remember, there's always room to grow. Tracy Dominic, Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Teachers World, the show dedicated to equipping educators with the tools to thrive and motivation to lead. I'm your host, David Obianyo, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we are exploring a powerful shift in the profession, from the classroom to catalyst, scaling your impact as an educator. Joining us is a man who truly needs no introduction in the world of education. He is a Guinness World Record holder, a global policy expert, and the author of the inspiring book, Let There Be Teachers. The Director of Strategic Partnerships at 1 Million Teachers, Oluwaseyi Anifowose. He is a dynamic education policy expert, thought leader, and advocate for teacher development and systemic education reform. Oluwaseyi leads high-impact collaborations that promote teacher excellence, professional growth, and equitable learning outcomes across Africa. Today, we will discuss how you can move beyond the four walls of your classroom to become a national leader and a catalyst for change. Whether you are in a city school or a rural classroom, stay tuned. This conversation is about to change the way you see your career.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome again to the show, Mr. Oluwaseyi. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Smooth Teacher. Nice to see you again.
Okay, so what a lot of people may not know is that we've known each other for close to a decade as acquaintances, went for an activity, and from then we knew that we were going to be doing so many projects together.
Absolutely.
So that brings me to the first question. It's a thing about mindsets. You and I, we already had this mindset from the beginning that we were going to do great things.
Yeah.
So if I ask you, what do you think it is that makes a teacher's mindset such a pivotal part of making them see themselves as leaders and not just employees?
So thank you once again, and I'd like to start by appreciating you for this kind of initiative. Over the years, one of the things that I've always believed, particularly in our sector, this education sector, is that we do not know how to tell our stories very well. All right, I feel that we've not been sharing the things, the impact in the education space, and so this kind of initiative helps us to be able to communicate our value, and I probably will get, probably we'll talk more about that as we go in this interview. So basically, I'd like to appreciate you for this first stuff. And then, so talking about the question, mindset, I believe that teaching is not just a profession, all right? Unlike every other profession, teaching is way different. I like to say that you're not a teacher because of the subject you teach. So for many years I taught English, but that's not what makes me a teacher. What makes me a teacher is my capacity to illuminate the mind, inspire change, and transform generations, one child per time. And so as teachers, we must come to understand that because you teach in a school doesn't confine you to that school, right? Towards the end of last year, I started to make some videos on my social media platforms, and I did a series, and I titled it Teachers Who Built a Nation. And in the videos, what I did was to objectively did a collection of Nigerian leaders who were once teachers, and interestingly, there were a lot of them. starting from what do you call Shehu Shagari, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello. I mean, many of these presidents up till our last vice president, Yemi Osinbajo, many of them had classroom experiences. So what that tells me is that being a teacher gives you the capacity to live not just within the four walls of the classroom. It gives you the capacity to be able to lead, to transform not just your environment, but to transform your nation. And so we must get to a point where teachers understand that you can inspire change. You can build a nation, and building a nation is in two ways. First in yourself, and then in the students that you teach. All right, I normally would say that we teachers are custodians of the future. So in your classroom are students who will eventually lead the future, and so that first of all empowers you as an influence in future. So that means your relevance in the future is secure. I don't know if you understand what I mean. And then talking about you as a teacher, you also have the capacity to lead a change. So we must encourage teachers to understand that because you are teaching in a school, should not confine you to that school, right? So you are not just an employee who is collecting salary. You are a change maker.
Transformational leader.
Absolutely.
Totally get that. I mean, as transformational leaders ourselves, we have walked this path, and I think I totally get what you're saying. And maybe someday soon, some people may start researching teachers who built a nation, and we might have Oluseyi and David right there.
Absolutely, and that's what it. So what we're doing right now is actually we're curating the future, such that 10 years after now, 20 years after now, people can reference David Obiayon, who was once a classroom teacher, but then transitioned from not just being a classroom teacher to begin to engage, all right, to begin to develop. That's how they started. They were not just comfortable with just being teachers. They wanted to do more. They wanted to give more to the community. They wanted to give more to the society. And then when they became leaders, it showed. Many of them went to the National Assembly and they curated, for instance, someone like Alvan Ikoku was once a teacher, all right? So you have Alvan Ikoku College of Education, you have Alvan Ikoku Federal College of Education. So you have things that are traceable to him. Someone like the then Solomon La, he was once a governor in Plateau State, who initiated a lot of things. So you have a number of them who were not just comfortable with just being teachers. So they carried their influence beyond the classroom and began to institutionalize policies that will help the younger generation become better. And that's what we're enjoying today.
I see you towing that part. Okay. So if I were to ask you, what steps do you think a teacher in the classroom presently can take to differentiate themselves and transcend beyond the classroom? What steps?
I would say communicate your value. Right? So it is one thing to have value. And so I wrote a book, Let There Be Teachers. Okay. And I postulated. So basically, I was trying to get teachers to know that there are certain things that you need to understand. So I talked about, I call it the anatomy of the teacher. So I discussed 4 things. I call it 4S. Understand self, understand student, understand subject, and understand society. All right, understand yourself. That talks about identity. So you're not and that's basically what I talked about when we started. Understanding your identity as a being. So I'm not just an English teacher. My influence goes beyond that. All right, and then And then so, but to your question, understand both your subject and your student. All right, what you teach is more, who you teach is more important than what you teach.
Sure.
But you know, one of the challenges we face in the teaching profession, unfortunately, is that we have a number of teachers who lack competence. All right, so you need to know your subject. All right, you need to be able to, and thankfully you are someone who I'm looking for the word now, who represents knowing your subject, who represents who has capacity in, who doesn't just show capacity in what you do. You won several awards. All right, so that stems from the fact that you value what you do and you give it your best. So as teachers in the classroom, you must give it your best. That's where it starts from. It is not when you leave the classroom that you begin to give your best. So giving your best begins from the classroom. Understand your subject. I read this thing many years ago. It's about I don't know what they call it. I think it's pheromones or something, that when you are face to face with a wild animal, all right, you know, so that there's something that comes out of your body that gives the animal the impression that you're afraid. All right, I don't know what it is called, but this, you know, we can't see it, but the animal can see it. You know, so you know, when you see the animal is afraid, you're afraid. But it is who has the more courage that, you know. And so back to the classroom, when you don't know what you're teaching, your students know.
They can tell.
They see it. Yeah. All right. So you must know your subject. You must have mastery over your subject. You must have competence, and then you must also know your students. All right. Understand the student. So when you have been able to do that, you now begin to communicate your value. All right. Show it to the world, right? I mean, show it to the world. Start from, you know, let the people around you see that you're doing your best. Show up, right? You know, let people. I mean, when I met you and I went through your social media platforms, I see all of the things that you have done, and that for me endeared me to you. You know, I wanted to identify myself with your success, with your excellence. All right, and so and here we are today.
Okay, so it's looking like this show is revolving around me, but you are actually the guest on my show. But thank you very much for the flowers, and I would have you know that being my first guest today also shows that I have mutual respect for you. Now, you talked about 4 S's. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have the subject, student, society, and self. Yeah. So self will bring me to my next question, which I know that is something I have embodied and I personify, which is, why would you think, or why do you think it's impossible to be a catalyst for change without proper well-being that's taking care of yourself? Self being the operational word here.
Okay. I'll say this. I'll say it this way. Emotionally unstable teachers cannot produce emotionally stable students. All right. So you cannot give what you don't have. All right. You cannot pour a drink. Interestingly, we have. So you cannot. I can't pour a drink from this cup. All right, because it is empty. All right. So for me to pour, there must be substance in this cup before it goes out. And so, as teachers, your well-being is important because that's where everything comes out from. All right. So for you to be able to emotionally produce students that are, you know, emotionally sound, stable. All right, you must be emotionally stable yourself.
True.
All right, and that's why, you know, we ask teachers to pay attention to their emotional well-being, their mental well-being. Take care of yourself. All right, I know that you don't have time. You know, our schedules are usually very busy. All right, you have, you know, I say this a lot, that, you know, the work of a teacher begins and ends at home. All right, so you literally don't have the time. All right, because your work begins from home. So you have to prepare lesson notes, prepare all of those things, and then go to school, come back to mark, you understand? Yeah. And then so you still have to give time to yourself, to your family, socialize, just be happy.
I totally understand that. I mean, being a student myself, being a teacher, I have experienced the effect of teachers who were overwhelmed with work and how it cascaded down to negative effects in their classroom. Okay, with that, we'll be going on a break. We have to pay bills. Thank you.
So to do well in public speaking, you must see it as a relationship between yourself and your audience.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power. Speak with power.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back to Teacher's World, and I still have Mr. Anifowoshe with me in the studio.
Thank you.
Now, for those of us who are just joining, Mr. Anifowoshe is also a Guinness World Record holder, and that's another project we worked together on. Now, this brings me to this question. As a Guinness World Record holder, what would you say is the importance of teachers working together, collaboration?
Okay, so what that event has taught me is the power of collaboration. Right? There's nothing you can do alone, right? We can't do anything alone, Success in life is dependent on not just your ability, but it also depends on the strength of other people, and we must learn how to leverage our different strengths, right? So what that event has taught me is that collectively as teachers, we have the strength, in our togetherness to transform education, to transform the teaching profession, not just in Nigeria, globally, right? See, I don't know if many of the interviews I've attended, there's something that I normally would say, and that's because it's my personal philosophy. It says, values and institutions are not given to us by God or handed to us by nature. We invented them. And if they don't suit our purposes, we have the right to change them, right? So the things that we see in the teaching profession, they are the things that were engineered by some people. And so as teachers who believe, who have different ideologies about how things should be, we must begin to re-engineer the teaching profession. And we cannot do it alone. I cannot do it alone. Apologies, I always reference you. You were part of the Guinness World Record. So the record, the conference was a global platform, all right, for us to begin to advocate better teaching standards, advocate better welfare for teachers, advocate policy reform for teachers. That's not what one person can do. That's not what only Oluwaseyi can do. That's what all of us can do together. So lessons from that event is that together we can begin to make things happen.
True. You couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
Okay, so your organization works on raising a new generation of teachers and educators. I would have to ask you this. What do you think the ideal classroom looks like in the next 5 years or in the next decade?
Okay, I read the book by Robert Starrett, Refocusing School Leadership, and he defined education in a particular way. And from that day, I began to adopt that definition. And it says, education as an end is to develop intelligent human beings who know how the world works and are prepared to participate as healers of its ills and stakeholders of its development. All right, and teachers are critical to that. All right, so my ideal classroom is a classroom where we have teachers who know how the world works, teachers who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound to conform, but who are allowed to express their creativity, right? So, because the curriculum is just a document, all right? What makes change happen is not just the curriculum, it is life that happens in the classroom. So my ideal classroom is where education helps us to solve the need of our community, because education is need-based, all right? So we look at the issues in our environment and design a curriculum that can solve the problem, all right? So that way we're not following a rigid curriculum. We're looking at things that can help us become better.
Fantastic. I could actually relate to what you were talking about, because I remember that kind of question was once posed at me at one of my interviews for one of the awards I won, and I said something along the lines of, I want a classroom where children don't only learn about the world, but where they learn with the world. And one of the interviewers told me that that was something I was already doing in my classroom while I was connecting them to other continents from the classroom. So I can see, they say great minds think alike. All right, so lots of people are watching this now and are feeling like they are inspired and they can aspire to what it is you have accomplished in your very distinguished career. What would you say to those who feel like their contribution isn't being appreciated at work as educators?
All right, I would say keep showing up, all right? I would say continue to communicate your value, continue to do what you do, all right? It's a matter of time, all right? You will be appreciated, you will be seen, you will be visible, all right? So, you see, I have this analogy. If a drop of water keeps dropping on a rock, after a while, it makes a hole on that rock. Even as hard as this thing is, if you have drops, you know, so the consistency of the drops makes impact on this solid surface, and it makes a hole. And so that's the same thing I would say, right? Keep dropping, be consistent, all right? Just keep doing what you're doing, all right? Keep evolving, all right? Keep learning, and with time, all right, it says time and chance happening
to everyone.
Yeah, so your time will come.
So that's a very profound way to close that, and I actually agree with you. There is nothing as important as consistency. It always leaves its mark.
Absolutely.
All right, so thank you so much for being here, Mr. Oluwaseyi.
It's been a great pleasure.
It's fantastic to have you in the studio with me, and I would want us to do more things together.
Absolutely.
However, there's one thing that's going to be happening on this show for everyone who is going to come here. Mr. Anifowose has the privilege of being the first person to launch this tradition, and he's going to nominate one other educator who he would like to see on this show sometime. So
amazing.
The floor is yours.
That is very, so I have a lot of people, all right, so I think I'll just choose one.
Okay.
So this is not about, I mean, okay, I think I'll nominate Shola Adeola.
Shola Adeola.
Sojibra.
Okay, do you want to say her handle?
Yeah, I think she's Sojibra on social media platforms, all right.
Okay. Shola, you've heard it here. I assume that you're going to be sitting on this seat very soon on Teachers World. So there we have it. It's been a fantastic show, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to be here as well.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo. I've been a teacher for over 25 years. This is Achievement Channel, and I'm watching Teachers World.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for the past 14 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you're watching Teachers World.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
What an empowering conversation. A massive thank you to Oluwase and Nifowose for reminding us that a teacher's impact should never be limited by a classroom door. We have learned today that being a catalyst starts with a simple choice. The choice to see yourself as a leader who shapes generations. Remember, when you pour into your own growth and dignity, you aren't just teaching a lesson, you are transforming the future of Africa, one child at a time. Remember to follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X and YouTube for empowering conversations and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts. I'm David Obianyo and this is Teachers World on Achievement Channel. Thank you for watching. Join us next time on Teachers World as we continue to provide the solutions and motivation you need to shape a brighter future. Remember, keep seeing possibilities and don't forget that regular is boring.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host Priscilla and you are watching us on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is one we all feel: soft life, hard work, finding balance in the hustle. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does it really mean? Comfort, peace, or just vibes? In a world where hustle never sleeps, how do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy? Joining me today are two amazing guests who are finding that balance every day. Adeyola Nafisat Fumilayo is a passionate young woman serving at the School of Eloquence. She believes communication is power, teller, with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University. She's passionate about using media and fame to inspire and educate, proof that creativity and hard work can truly coexist. Together, we'll explore what it means to chase success and still live softly without losing yourself in the process. Stay tuned. This is going to be a fun and inspiring conversation.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome, Abigail and Nafisa. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me too. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does soft life really mean to you? Is it money, peace, or just vibes?
Well, thank you for that question. For me,
I think soft life goes beyond money. Of course, everybody wants money. I want money.
Yeah.
That's why you have to work hard. To me, soft life is finding balance and peace of mind. So even when we are working hard, you are meant to rest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are working so hard and you cannot rest, there's nothing soft life thing about that.
True.
So if you have that money and you are rich and you cannot even have the leverage of taking few hours break, to me that's not even soft life. It's as if you are just punishing yourself, because how can you be working for probably a very long time and you cannot even take a few days off? So soft life goes beyond just money. It's about finding balance between making money and taking a break. That's what soft life means to me. When you are working hard, you have to take it, like take a deep breath and pause. So soft life is that for me. Money is actually very important.
Yeah.
There's no soft life without money. But at least you should be able to find balance between making money and taking a break. So without doing all the hard work and everything, you should be able to take a break. You should be able to pause. So to me, that's soft life. My definition of soft life is finding balance and having peace of mind. So when you are doing that hard labor, you should be able to take a break when necessary.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
So to me, soft life, as she said, it's just like finding balance between your comfort and then your productivity. That's like, as you are working, also like find time to like take breaks in between.
Yeah.
Just go outside, touch grass, ensure that you're having peace of mind.
Yeah.
And to me, soft life to me is also being able to afford the little things that I want. It's not like it's not about having the whole money in the whole world, but like being able to afford some little things. I think that's what soft life means to me.
Yeah, okay. That's great. Moving on, I have another question. These days, it feels like if you are not hustling, you are slacking. How do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy?
That's a very deep one.
Yeah.
Because to be very honest, the society we find ourselves, when you see other people hustling, and you at least, even when you are hustling, and you are not like meeting up to what like other people are doing in terms of hustling, you see yourself as, at times you ask yourself, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? Hope I'm not a failure. There are questions that you keep asking yourself. But the truth about hustling is that you should not compare what, for example, if you have a friend and you guys also together, started hustling together, and boom, the person just like rise and everything like that. I think everybody's journey is different from each other. So comparing journeys will only just drain you and make you feel very bad, and to start giving you a lot of thinking to do. At times you overthink. When you're hustling, you have to take a step back, as in relax, look at where you start from and where you are presently. There's some things that I'm very sure that when you go down the memory lane, you're able to see that you actually tried your very best. You're not slacking. But in society we find ourselves today, there's no way you will not find yourself comparing yourself to other people that is hustling. So not hustling does not necessarily means you are slacking off. But the society we have today make people believe that if they are not really hustling, that's like, in the sense that to be able to afford the little things of life, you have to hustle.
Yes.
You have to come out of that your peace, your comfort zone. You have to do that. So you have, even if it's little, you just have to have something you just have to be up and running. You have to have something that you're actually doing. Okay, for example, I said something about 9 to 5. So there are some people that their only source of income is 9 to 5. We have some people that they have other sources of income apart from 9 to 5. So at times, as a 9 to 5 person, if you see someone that has an entrepreneurship business apart from 9 to 5, you cannot compare the income the income of that person to you, that the only source of income is 9 to 5. And at times when you, for example, let's say, okay, the person just randomly said something about starting entrepreneurship or having a business. You were there when the person just said the idea, and you were there when the person just started the business. And probably a year down the line or 6 months down the line, when you notice the growth of that person, for someone like you that you're just like the only source of income is just 9 to 5, you question yourself like, I should have just business, and the person, he or she, is able to succeed in it. Does not mean that if you do the same, you'll be able to succeed in it. That's just the point. So doing that does not mean you are slacking off. And I think also hustling, and put it that way, means different things to different people. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
I think I will go with the word finding balance again. In as much as the country we find ourselves, you have to like hustle hard to like buy the basic things.
Yeah.
I feel like as much as you are working, I think you also find time to rest and all. I also like find time to like do little things for myself. Be it like things that I enjoy. Like for me now, I really enjoy reading, like watching movies. So if I've worked hard for the day, even it's just reading a chapter or watching an episode, I try, because that's like, it helps me like settle down after that long day stress. Because if you are thinking about it, if you just keep thinking about surviving, I promise you are going to crash out so bad. So instead of overthinking, overworking yourself, also like find time to like balance. Create balance, like do things that you like. And she also mentioned the point that if you also like see others like maybe your age mates like doing better than you, I won't like that thoughts will always come up. But it's just you just have to like find a way to not like those thoughts like override your sense of this thing. And yes, exactly. So that's just
thank you so much.
Yeah,
we've listened to some insights from Abigail and Nafisat on how they find their own work-life balance, and we'll come back after this short break.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome to the Corpuscan program, where we have Nafisat and Abigail share their insights on how you balance your work life and your free time. Nafisat here told us about not having peer pressure while you are working and how you balance the 9 to 5 and also your free time, and also talked about entrepreneurship. And Abigail also gave more insights on the questions. So moving on, do you ever feel bad for resting? Like taking a nap or chilling makes you unproductive? How do you handle that guilt?
Honestly, I won't lie. Like, yes, most time when I'm supposed to like be working, I know like maybe I have a task to do, and let's say I'm tired, but if I don't rest, I might not give that task my all. So it's just better for me to like just like take a break, maybe for some minutes, and then continue with the task. Because if I don't, I promise you, once I complete that task, even the outcome, you yourself, you are not going to like it. So it's very, very essential, no matter how busy, like definitely we'll be busy. No matter how busy we are, it's very essential we take breaks, because if you don't take breaks, you're going to crash out so bad. So it's very, very essential that you take break. And don't feel guilty about it, because once you break down, you still have yourself to blame. So it's just better, as much as you can, take breaks in between and then go back to do whatsoever you are doing.
Okay, what does taking break mean to you? Like, what do you do?
Taking breaks, for me, when I want to rest, I most time like rest with maybe by listening to music. Just help me put my mind at ease, like not doing anything. Sometimes I even just like go off my phone, just keep my phone somewhere, just lie down somewhere, just rest. Not just like just like for the meantime.
For me, I think you ask the question like, do I ever feel guilty?
Guilty, yeah.
Of course I do, but there are some breaks that I don't feel guilty for because
Yeah.
they're actually very much needed. In the sense that some people believe that being busy means being valuable, which is
Yeah.
not.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. At times, rest is also very productive
Mhm.
because when you rest, your mind works better.
Better, yeah.
Like your creativity come out much more better
Mhm.
because you've taken. It's like you take a deep breath. I don't know. There's an exercise that I think medically you take. They say inhale and
and
exhale. So at times when it's like taking a pause. Like okay, all of everything is just calm down, take a pause down. Then okay, fine. You can have, even if it's just 1 minute. That exhaling, inhaling and exhaling. When you do that, when you finish it, you notice that you feel much better.
You get
So
more
rest
productive.
is also productive because after rest, the work you do after that rest, you cannot compare it to the one you did before the rest.
Yeah.
But a lot of people has made us believe that the only valuable time is when you being busy means being valuable, which is
Yeah.
not. But to me, when you rest, you are much more productive after than even our body. Our
Needs
body
rest.
needs rest. Our body tells us when we need rest, but most of us are stubborn. Like
Yeah,
I
we
think I'm
ignore
part
it.
of them.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe I've been working since morning, and probably I'm just about to finish whatever it is, like rounding up whatever it is. But at that time, I know that I meant to take a break. But I was like, this thing is almost done.
Let me just finish it.
and rest.
And rest
I do that a
once.
lot.
Yeah.
And at times, the body, even when the body say no, you just have to. But at times, the body will say no. I'm not doing anything.
I'm not doing- yeah,
At this
I
point,
can
the
relate.
body will just break down.
Yes.
That's where the problem begins.
Yeah.
So
all these illness and everything start from all these small
Small
I
signs
think
that
rest
we
is very
ignore.
important.
Mhm.
Taking a 30 seconds or 30 minutes nap goes a very long way.
Long way.
A lot of us do not even sleep up to 8 hours. Normal 8 hours you're meant to sleep.
Yeah.
Because you get home very late in the night.
Yeah.
And you are up early the
The
following
following
morning.
day. Yeah.
And that pattern rotates each other every day. So at times when I take a break, I don't feel guilty.
Yes.
At times I was like, see, there's nothing that I want to do. I'm not doing anything again. At this point, I'm resting.
Yeah.
So I think there are some break, but you know, some people rest, take too much rest, and at times it leads to being
Lazy.
Yeah.
You see it as laziness. So they just take that break or rest, just use it to like as a shield for being lazy, which is not meant to be. But some parts, everybody needs rest. No
Rest.
matter how hardworking you are, you have to take a break. So that's it.
Yeah, I also wanted
Yeah,
to chip in.
yeah.
Yeah, but she already said like the ultimate rest should like be at night when you are back from work. Like sometimes like Lagos that we are in now, you might be like encounter traffic at time and you'll be able to like meet up with your 8 hours of sleep. But I wanted to see that 8 hours of sleep is like also really, really essential. That's what I wanted to like say.
Okay, thank you so much, Anke. Also, if you had one soft life tip to give to other couples, something simple that makes you happy and sane, what would it be?
For couples, it's just the simple set. I'll say, live your life.
Okay.
Don't get your peace.
Okay.
NYSC here can be very, 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 very stressful. It's not even can be. It is very stressful.
Yeah. Aside the camp life
To me, a lot of people have all their whole life, they have never been stressed before.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the only time they are stressed is during their NYSC service.
Yeah.
Because I think NYSC here pushes everybody out of their
Comfort zone.
True.
So some people that are used to this soft life, no stress, everything. There's no way you'll be an NYSC member, a core member, and you not stress.
Yeah.
There's no way. At one point in time, you will stress. So I think my own is live your life and protect your peace. So there are some things that you like. I would say, transform your challenges into opportunities. I used to say that you face challenges during NYSC, but make sure you transform that challenges
Make
into
sure you
opportunities.
learn as much as
Opportunities. Learn as much as you can. Gather all the experience you can ever get. Because there are some opportunities that after the whole NYSC stuff, you may not see it again.
Yeah.
Those experiences, these days, I think no employer wants to start from the very scratch, training an employee.
Yeah.
They want someone that has
experience,
even little knowledge about what they are coming to do.
Yeah.
So imagine you just being employed into an organization, and they just notice that you don't even know anything about even the job and anything, the job description, anything. They are busy with other things. They have a lot of works to do. So to them, starting over and like taking a break and start teaching you from the basic is like pulling them back. There's a saying that say the only thing you need is just idea. Just have an idea.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just build their life on the ideas, and from there, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Nafisat.
So I believe what I'm about to say, I'm speaking for about, let me say 75 to 80% of corpers. I believe that this, our NYSC, this is the first time most of us are working in like an organization per se. We've never been like, we've never done 9 to 5 before. So it might really like take a big toll on us, although it is preparing us for real life per se. But like since it's our first time, we might find it hard. And so my babe, my guy, whenever you can rest, please do. And one soft life tip I will give, like, in as much as you are busy, find something you enjoy doing. Like, I know that we're all busy, but like, do not forget to like create things for, like, to create time for things you love. Don't forget to have fun. Definitely, we are hustling. There will always be bills to pay. But let me just say, once you collect that your 77K, if it's ice cream, you can buy for yourself. Buy ice cream. If it's shawarma, buy it for yourself, because there will definitely be bills to pay. So please, as much as frequent as you can, just make sure you just enjoy yourself. Buy something for yourself. That's just
I would like to add to what she said.
Okay.
I would say enjoy the little things. Even just a few moments of life in your life, make sure you enjoy it
as much as
NYSC
like is stressful.
If they pay your halawi, remove 5,000.
Guys, don't forget
exactly
and invest. So it's all because it's very, very difficult. A lot of people use all their allowance on transport. Like there's practically nothing left, and that pattern will start from the first month of their service until they finish. Imagine finishing the whole 1 year, and you cannot even say, okay, fine. When you are now, you cannot create memories. You cannot gather anything. You cannot even say, this is something I did for myself during my NYSC. Is that bad? So as much as you are catering, because you are working for someone. You are not a full-time employee of that organization. So it's like you are substituting in an organization. In as much as you are doing that, you are helping someone, you are working for, so you are catering for someone's job.
Also
cater for yourself. Cater for yourself. Take care of yourself. Even if it is just little things, it's very, very important.
Essential.
It matters. Yes.
Today's program is all about not just the camp experience, but also living outside camp, like having fun, getting more experiences. Also, it's not just having fun. You can also like register for online courses during your CDS, meet people, socialize. You know, you never know what happens after NYSC year. Also, as much as you have fun, please don't forget to save and invest. I mean, life after NYSC is not easy. You have to start hustling for jobs and all of that.
This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a refreshing conversation. Today we've learned that soft life isn't about escaping work. It's about working smart, protecting your peace, and enjoying the journey. A big thank you to my guests, Nafisat Adeola and Imafidon Abigail, for reminding us that balance is the real flex. And to you watching, remember your hustle should build a life you actually love. Follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel NG, and keep the conversation going with the hashtag Corperscan. Until next time, I'm Priscilla, reminding you deserve the soft life, but make sure your hard work makes it last. See you on the next episode of Corperscan.
This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Okay, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for 14 years now. I see teaching as a vocation and a way of, giving back to the society, helping children who are struggling with their education to grow and find their path in life. As a mother, I want the best for my children, and giving back to children in the society, helping them to find their potentials, helping them to find their path, gives me joy. I see that, in fact, it's a passion for me. I love teaching as a profession, and in fact, I see it even as a hobby, basically. Yes. When I see children who struggled during the course of their years, because I teach in the secondary school, they struggled, but by the time they get into the higher institution, you see them doing very well, and at the end of the day, they come back and say, Mrs. Osage, you were part of my success story. So it gives me joy, So that's why this keeps me going and it helps me to do more. There was even a time a child sent me a text message and said, Mrs. Osage, I'm now a medical doctor. I never thought in my years, because I teach biology, I never thought that in my years I could become a medical doctor because I struggled. But you kept me going, you helped me, you told me, don't give up, you can do this. And that inspired me to become a medical doctor, And today she's a medical doctor and doing very well in the medical field.
I would rather say I am born to teach because I derive pleasure seeing me instill value into people and seeing them carrying out, passing it to the next generation. It's most appealing to me as a teacher. And what you really make out of people, that's what really stands for me. And it has been a key point to me that it's not about the finances. Like we know in our countries today, they don't really value the teacher, they look down on the teacher. But you being a person that you don't look down on yourself, you want to put in and create an avenue for people to explore in their giving God's talents. I don't see the need why many people should not venture into that profession. It's a cool profession, and it's not basically within the four walls of the classroom. You can go all the way. As I'm talking to you, I'm teaching you, and I learn from you. It's a give and take situation. So it's not just a one-way thing. We are far beyond the traditional system of teaching. Now, even within the comfort of your home, you can be educated. You can receive education. Be it online teaching or offline teaching, education is just the key. But the core value is to instill in you the value which you need to carry on to the next generation.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo from Anambra State. Over 25 years. At the beginning, like young lady, when I finished secondary school, my mind is not going to teaching. My mind was that, go to all those kind of courses, architecturing, pharmacy, and the rest. So I decided to now say, okay, let me go for architecturing. But then, when I say fortunately, my dad is, he's late now, Leonard. And then he had a friend in one of the college of education in Delta State. He said, instead of you to be waiting to take JAMB, so we'll now take WAEC before JAMB. So he said, you've done your WAEC. Instead of waiting to take JAMB, why not just come in the college of education? So I entered. So when I entered, I started with mathematics, physics, education. So after that, maybe that was what made me nice. Why will you now, after this one, now go to... So I continued with education courses. From there, went into my degree, education courses. When I look at my students, I feel that this is my life. That I can't even imagine myself going to do something else, like something that doesn't have to do with human being. So I feel that I need to mold these ones, because when will be talking to them, I will just be picturing them in my mind, their eyes and everything. I say, this is where I belong. I have to look at these girls, especially because that is where I am now. My students are what inspired me to really say I don't need to leave this profession.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to Achievement News, your daily dose of inspiration, right here on Achievement Channel Nigeria, your first 100% motivational channel. I'm Udeme Essien, broadcasting live from our studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we're celebrating the spirit of achievement that drives our nation forward, from grand celebrations to the heart of our bustling markets. On today's headlines, we're revisiting the glamour of the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards, showcasing international achievements in innovation and highlighting a powerful story of resilience from the streets of Ilupeju. Let's get started. On March 16, 2025, the nation gathered to celebrate extraordinary achievements at the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards. This event, a beacon of excellence, highlighted the incredible contributions of Nigerians across various fields. The atmosphere was electric, filled with hope and admiration for the individuals who are shaping our nation. We witnessed moments of pure inspiration as the winners were announced, their stories resonating with every attendee.
How does it feel being surrounded by so many talented individuals tonight?
No, I feel great. I feel privileged. Out of 200 million Nigerians, and we have almost 100 people we are celebrating today. And fine, I'm not collecting any award, but at least I'm happy to be among them. You know, I'm very happy, delighted to see people succeed. And I have some Man of the Year, like some of the governors I love so much, like the Ekiti State Governor, Biodun Oyebanji, the Enugu State Governor, the Minister. David Omanyi. I'm seeing a whole lot of them here, and amazing. They are doing a wonderful job. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy. Even sometimes to even manage your home too, it's not easy. But managing crowd, so it's something we need to commend with them. So that's why the likes of us are here to celebrate with them.
Yeah. Daddy, how do you feel about this event?
Yeah, the event is a very good one. Where you recognize people and you give them due recognition, it encourages them to do better and to do much more.
Because on our channel, we're all about achievements, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this interview, sir.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State was honored for his outstanding leadership and commitment to the development of Lagos State. His dedication to infrastructure development and inclusive governance has set a benchmark for purposeful leadership. And also, Governor Biodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State received the Silver Bird Man of the Year 2025 award, acknowledging his significant contributions to the state's progress and youth empowerment. Richard Mofe-Damijo, a veteran actor and media personality, was celebrated for his impact on the Nigerian entertainment landscape, reflecting his dedication to promoting African arts and culture. The event also recognized many other distinguished individuals and governors who have made significant contributions to society, underscoring the diverse talents and achievements within our country. The event was a vibrant celebration of the Nigerian spirit, a reminder that we are a nation of achievers.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078 or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
The Nigeria Food Summit 2025 was a landmark gathering of food professionals from across the country, bringing together restaurant owners, chefs, farmers, and industry leaders to discuss the future of Nigerian cuisine and agriculture. With the theme, Making Nigeria a Global Food Destination, the summit provided a platform for collaboration and innovation, highlighting new strategies to enhance Nigeria's position in the global food industry. The event was a crucial step in positioning Nigeria as a global food powerhouse. Participants shared insights on boosting food exports, improving sustainability, and celebrating our rich culinary heritage. Now, we take you to the heart of Lagos entrepreneurial spirits at the streets of Ilupeju, where we met a remarkable woman who has become a local legend. Iyabumi, as she's popularly known, has been selling bananas for over 25 years. Her story is one of determination and unwavering optimism in the face of daily challenges.
Naira ni mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjà yìí tí mo ta 20 naira. Ṣé ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ wọn ọ̀rá bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ torí pé kò yá bí tẹ́lẹ̀ torí pé wọn. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ irú èlé tàǹtàn 2000 yẹn 500 300 ní sílá. Àmọ́ ń sìn yìí irú èlé ṣe 3000 2000. Tẹ́lẹ̀ kí a máa ta méjì báyìí 500. Tó léwu jù ń bẹ̀ ni pé bí bá ti rà á pọ̀ tó bá ti wá pọ́n ó léwu pé kò ní bí mo ṣe fẹ́ tà nígbà tó dúdú yẹn kọ́ náà máa rà ní kópa yẹn wọ́n máa ná nínú ẹ̀kú wọn nílé.
What struck us most was her resilience and ability to find joy in her work. She's not just selling bananas, she's building a community, one customer at a time. Iyabumi's story reminds us that achievement comes in many different forms, and that the spirit of hard work and dedication is alive and well in every corner of our nation. These are the stories shaping Nigeria's journey toward progress and excellence. From national icons to global innovators, from entrepreneurs to community legends, Achievement News captures the moments that define our future. At Achievement Channel, we believe that every milestone is a step towards success. Stay tuned for more inspiring stories because achievement is not just a destination, it's a journey. Thank you for joining us. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step toward empowerment.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Yeah, my name is Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. You're on to Achievement Channel. Shout out to you, Achievement Channel. Thank you so much for being here and for relating with us in the way that you have done. I'm really excited to have met you all here today. And please, guys, keep watching Achievement Channel so you can achieve.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Oluwole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent. You guys are doing great thing, and you are really, really inspiring us with most of the content we are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things we are turning out. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Samuel Jackson, Director Marketing Communication for the Learning and Development Network International. Keep watching Achievement Channel. Just like the name says, you got so much to achieve, so much to learn, capacity built on this channel. So keep it locked in. Don't turn it off.
The future of any nation is hidden in the potential of its children. At Catching Them Young, we don't wait for greatness to grow. We ignite it early. This is where champions are noticed. Where leaders are born. Where purpose begins. Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
Hello and welcome to Catching Them Young, the show where we inspire the future, one young mind at a time. You are watching Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational TV station, dedicated to showcasing stories that spark purpose, passion, and the pursuit of greatness. We are broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, and I'm your host, Sarah Andu. On this program, we bring you real-life achievers who are making waves across the world, people who started young and stayed focused, and are now helping others rise with them. Today's guest is a shining example of what it means to live with purpose and lead with vision. She is an education consultant, creative visionary, and passionate advocate for equity in education. Her name is Danielle Joshua Babatunde, and she is the founder and CEO of Transcend Movement and Transcend Education. With over 8 years of experience in the classroom and in the leadership roles across the UK and Nigeria, Danielle has trained more than 600 teachers, shaped thousands of students' journeys, and continues to redefine what education looks like. Danielle is driven by her faith and her mission to help every young person, regardless of background, unlock their full potential. Stay with us because this is going to be an inspiring conversation you don't want to miss.
Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
So, Danielle.
Yes, hi.
You've done so much. You've done a lot of things. But let's start from here. Your beginning, how was it like for you, your childhood, growing up? How was it like growing up?
Yes, firstly, thank you for having me. It's an honor. Thank you so much. So I grew up in the UK. I was born in the UK.
Okay.
So lived with my sister, my parents, kind of an normal background, I would say. My parents were working. But I experienced both private and state school. So my parents really believed in education, like every Nigerian parent, most Nigerian parents. And so it was always about being the best that you can be, you know, really aspiring high. So I was really nurtured. I had a really good community, church environment, was serving in the church from a very young age, singing and dancing from a very young age, and experienced going to a private school and also a state school. So kind of seeing that both ends basically. So yeah.
Wow, that's great. So we see that you had a very good background growing up, a childhood background growing. That's interesting. So you hold a degree in politics and sociology, a master's in policy studies in education, and currently you are now pursuing a doctorate. That's quite impressive, you know. So what motivated you to pursue education so seriously at a young age?
Yes, I love this because education was never the plan. The plan was to perform. Right. So the plan was performance. So I was always doing theatre from a very young age, performing, camera, TV, that kind of thing. That was my goal. But then it actually started because I was 16 and I was in school and I was studying sociology. And the teacher said, if you are black, right, being in the UK, you are less likely to do as well as your white counterparts. And if you are from a working class background, so a lower income background, you are less likely to achieve an A star to C grade. And if you're a black boy, you're 4 times more likely to be excluded from school. And I remember looking around as a 16-year-old and thinking, this is actually true. Like, this is what I'm seeing around me. Like, these statistics are real. And so it was disturbing. It was disturbing enough that I was like, I need to do something about this. And even though I love my passions of performance and things like that, I wanted to go to uni to study sociology more. Do something about it within the education space, because I don't think it should be right that where you're from should determine how well you do in life. So yeah.
Wow. So you're saying that there was a discrimination with, your color, because you were black.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like outrightly. It's not like, oh, because you are black, you're gonna fail. But it's just that it's harder. It's harder to achieve. It's harder to. You have to put a bit more work. There's lots of different things, and I just never thought about it. But I noticed that it wasn't reality for me. But it was reality. I went to a private school, but I also went to a state school. So I saw that difference that, when I was in a private school, that's true. My friends who weren't doing well, it didn't really matter because they were just going to work for their dad. Whereas when I went to the state school, I saw a lot of my friends, that was the reality, that a lot of them did drop out of school. A lot of them did try, I saw that. I saw the statistic. And so I wanted to do something about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So that motivated you to go into
education. Again, when I did my degree, I thought I was finished. I did not. I'm not, by the way, I know that most people, when they do a doctorate, you would think they're really intelligent. I'm not saying I'm not intelligent, but you would expect that, you must love books. You must love to read. No, I don't. I think I'm just passionate, and that's what drives me to try and do something more.
So, wow, that's an inspiring story. That's inspiring. So, Danielle, many young people currently are watching and they think that studying is boring or hard. So, what helped you stay focused? Do you have any tips for students who find it quite difficult?
Yeah. Okay, so there's actually research, right? That if a young person has an idea of what they want to do in the future and they know how school can help them achieve it, they're more than likely going to have higher motivation, and they're more likely going to have higher achievement. And what that shows us is that if there's a goal, if there's an end goal that each child has, that, okay, I want to do this. Okay, school can help me with this. I need to put effort because this is where I'm going. Whereas if they don't have a goal and we're just saying, pass your exams, pass your exams, pass your exams, there's no real motivation. Okay, I'll pass my exams because I'm scared to fail. I'm scared to bring shame. But when you have something driving you more, it will push you in the right direction. So I would encourage that young people should find out their strengths, should find out an idea of what they want to do, their passion, and try to see education as that stepping stone to whatever you want to do. I would also say start revising and working from the beginning, not waiting till the end, not waiting till your exam 2 weeks before you start reading. I think that really helped me personally, especially in A levels and, that's 16 to 18 age, where just before university. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Good. All right. That's good. But I want to ask you something. You made mention of having a goal. What about children who do not have, a good parental background and don't even have an idea of what having a goal is, or, something they want to pursue? So how would you say that they can, have a goal actually, even if they don't have someone, to help them, picture the future for them?
Yes. I love what you said, because I think this is where school comes in.
Oh, good.
And this is where the institution of schooling comes in. And that's why I'm so passionate with the work that I do with Transcend Education, because this is what we're trying to do. I think that if the curriculum in schools, if you embed in the curriculum about careers, future pathways, right from the beginning, primary school through to secondary, the teaching, basically. If every teacher, if you teach maths, English, science, whatever you're teaching, if you get the students to realize that this is not just for you to become a scientist or a mathematician, but these skills are going to help you in whatever you're going to do. If we can inspire the children from young and have this embedded in our curriculum, we'll be able to bridge that gap for children who have homes that unfortunately parents are not able to give them that support, or parents aren't exposed enough to be able to support them in that way. Then hopefully the school can be that bridge.
Wow, that's good. Yeah. That's good. So the schools have a major role to play in every. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
good. That's good. So you made mention of Transcend.
Yes.
Let's talk about Transcend.
Yeah.
So Transcend Education. You've trained over 600 teachers in Abuja. What inspired that work?
Yes. So that was interesting. So when I was a couple of years ago, I went to do missionary work in Ghana. So I stayed in an orphanage, basically, for about 6 months. So I lived with children in their bunk beds, sleeping on their bunk beds in like a rural area, Asikuma kind of thing. So when I went there, I wanted to volunteer and teach. So I went to the school and said, yeah, I'm here to teach. And they were like, instead of you teaching, come and train our teachers. And I was like, why? I've only been qualified for a couple of years. I don't think I should be the one training your teachers. And they were like, no, trust me, you should train our teachers because majority of them are not qualified. And, you know, whatever you're going to bring from outside, I'm sure it will be of value. So I basically, you know, put my postgraduate kind of courses together that I got trained in and basically trained those teachers. And that was great. The teachers loved it. And then I went to another school and said, hi, I'm here to volunteer for a week. And they were like, instead of you coming to teach, just train our teachers. And I began to see that there was a real issue with unqualified teachers teaching, teachers that are not passionate, teachers that are probably just doing this to figure out their own path, and they're teaching some of the most deprived children. And so that's basically how Transcend Education started. It started because there was a need. And I realized that it's not just Ghana. You know, now that I've relocated with my husband to Nigeria, it's the same thing in Nigeria, it's everywhere. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So that's what inspired Transcend.
Yes.
That's quite impressive, Danielle. Let us go on a quick break and we would be right back.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Welcome back. Danielle, you talked about how inspired you were and how Transcend Education started. So I want to ask you, why is it important for young people to have teachers who care and use modern methods?
Yes, it's really important because if you think about it, a teacher is in front of 30 children, right? Every single day, each hour. And those children have an opportunity to either be demotivated or motivated. They have an opportunity to learn something new or not learn anything. And the responsibility is on the teacher. It's a lot, it's not easy. And so the teacher must be able to be aware of new forms of teaching, new pedagogy. They must be able to build relationships with their students and understand where each child is at. Or else we're just going to be having almost a babysitting building, a building where babysitting is happening and not learning is really taking place. And so even though my passion is really young people, a lot of people think initially that Transcend Education was just for teachers. It's not, it's for the children. But I recognize that if I'm training 100 teachers, you need to times that by 30. That's the amount of students that we are impacting.
Wow.
And so the teachers are the gateway, they're the access to the students. And so if you really want to make reach and impact and scale, you need to reach the teachers.
The teachers, wow. So you're saying reaching the teachers in turn,
yes,
you were affecting the students.
Definitely.
Good.
Definitely.
That's all right. So you were also leading careers and PSHA development for students in the UK.
Yeah.
So what exactly does that mean and how does it help students prepare for life?
Nice. So career education is just basically educating young people about the future careers, jobs that are happening around the world. And so what I do is I embed that into the curriculum where every subject is empowering and inspiring career education for students, where students, regardless of what subject they're learning, they'll be able to see the potential skills that they can learn.
Okay.
So that's career education. PSHE stands for Personal Social Health Education. And so that's usually in the UK a core curriculum. In Nigeria, they might make it similar to civic, but it's not quite civic, but that's the most aligned subject I can say. And so that enables young people to learn about themselves, and then learn about how they react with people around them, and then of course their future. So yes, so I currently do that and embed that into the curriculum for over 1,000 students in the UK, but also imbibe that into Transcend Education, where we delivered, workshops even just recently in Yaba. So hopefully for more young people to be more inspired. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So you're saying that the career education would help the children, have a knowledge or an idea of the kind of career path they want to take.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and know their strengths. Know their interests. A lot of young people are just untapped potential. I found out that I could sing at the age of 12, right? And thankfully my local church, when I presented it to them, they were like, join the choir. When I realized that I could write plays, they were like, write the play for our church anniversary. They gave me a platform, right? But if I didn't have that local church to support me and enable that and enable me to practice, I might not have known my potential, right? And so it's important that every single institution, whether that's school, home life, church, mosque, whatever, that they are finding that untapped potential from young people and bringing it out, helping them to discover it. So, yeah.
Can you talk more about the PSHE development?
Yes, definitely. So like I said before, PSHE is personal social health education, and that is developing the minds of young people, developing who they are as a person, developing their identity, helping them to learn about life skills. I always say this to young people, that your qualifications may get you to the door, but your character is what's going to sustain you, right? And so the character development of each of the children as well, regardless of whether you are privileged, right, or whether you're underprivileged, how can you relate with people? How can you relate with employers? How can you relate, having this conversation, looking at eye contact, all of these skills that a lot of the affluent families teach their children. A lot of affluent parents teach their children how to stand straight, how to look, how to handshake. But people that are from underprivileged backgrounds, people that are from low income backgrounds, they are not always as exposed to that. And so these are just the different layers that we really want to bridge that gap so that a child can be from wherever, from the most slums of places, and they can come here and you can have a conversation with them and wouldn't even know whether they're the ones that is from the island or they're the ones from, do you understand? And I think that's my heart. That's my heart, to be able to see that. Yeah.
Wow, that's a great one.
That's
a great one. So Danielle, for viewers at home, especially students, what life skills should every young person begin to build now?
Yes. One is communication skills. Definitely. Communication skills is so important. So your oracy, your eye contact, body language, all of that, being able to master that, being able to perform, being able to deliver a speech, because even in an interview, a job, you have to sell yourself the moment you step in. And so mastering communication skills is going to help everyone. Critical thinking is also really good. Being somebody that is able to solve problems, being a problem solver in any job, in any career, in anywhere you go. If you can solve problems, money will follow you. If you can solve problems, people will flock you, because there are problems that people are looking for somebody to solve. And if you can do it, you're going to get that opportunity. So problem solving, critical thinking, communication. I would say those three. Definitely. There's loads, there's a lot more, but I would say those three are key. Yeah, really key.
Yeah, communication especially, because a lot of people currently, they have quite a lot of things up in their head. They have quite a lot of ideas, great ideas, but they don't know how to pitch themselves.
Right.
They don't know how to, sell their ideas, or even, so I think communication is a very good skill for children, students at home to learn.
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't expect that I have so much of things. I have a future. I have things that I think I want to do, but I can't express myself.
Right. With what you just said, actually, I think that stems from school. I don't know what your schooling experience was like, but in school, were you encouraged to ask questions? Were you encouraged to critique? Were you encouraged to contribute?
Not really.
Right. And that is most schools in Nigeria, right? Most schools, children are not empowered to ask questions. They believe that the class is going well because all the children are quiet and are copying what is being written on the board.
On the board.
This is the difference between overseas. So overseas in the schools, they develop critical thinking. They want students to critique. They want you to ask questions. They want you to contribute to your learning. So what you find when you go to university, I met a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, loads of students from around the world that would come. And in our seminars, they would say, so what do you think about this? The lecturers will ask, everybody contribute. What do you think? And you would find that the people from UK, USA, they would be able to contribute.
More, yeah.
Other students, they'll just be like, are you really asking for my opinion?
Your opinion.
Please, just tell me what the answer is so I can pass my exam. Like, I don't understand this. And I think that if we in Nigeria and Ghana and everywhere, if we can ensure that we are developing that critical thinking, that empowerment, that they're not undermining the teacher by asking a question, you're empowering them so that when they go out into the world, wherever they find themselves, they'll be able to contribute. So, yeah.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. So let's talk about something really unique. Transcend Movement. 7 original gospel theatre productions across UK. That's incredible. How did it start?
Yes. So that started, remember what I said, I love to perform, and my church nurtured that environment for me. And so I went to uni, and I've grown up in the church from a very young age. But I think when I went to uni was where I really kind of came to a crossroad where I really needed to decide, you know, my journey with God. Is it really for God, or am I doing lukewarm? And lukewarm just basically means, you know, I'm following my faith, but I'm still compromising on everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I went to university, I really decided that, you know what, this is the journey that I want to go on. This is what I believe is right for me. And I wanted to inspire other young people. I went on a missionary trip, and we actually did evangelism. And I really got so inspired that I was like, I want to be able to inspire other young people to experience what I've just experienced. And I realized that media was the best way to do that, writing a play. So I wrote a play of basically conversations and people that I knew all into these fake characters about real life journey, finding your faith. And I wrote this play, and I was in university. And you know, when you're in university, it's very easy to gather people around because you're all young and you all want something to do. So I managed to gather people and was like, guys, we're gonna do this play. And I told my best friend, and my best friend was doing it with me. And we did this play, and we had like 350 people that came, and 50 people gave their life to Christ. They decided that they're going to go on this faith journey. And so people were like, we want this, we want more of this. And so we did more, and we just went to different cities, and more people joined. And I think people joined because they wanted an opportunity, a platform to be able to also use their gifts for their faith. And so that's how we started. And
Wow.
Yeah.
You said something that caught my attention. You said you in uni you had to ask yourself that, was it are you going to be lukewarm, or are you going to talk about that? Okay?
Yeah. So I think really, obviously, I've always known God. I've always believed in God. I've always served in church. I've been in church serving in church since like 11. I've been singing in the choir. So I know it all, like in that sense, in terms of church and going to church and prayer and all of those things. And I believe that prayer answers all things. And I've always believed that. And I've always operated in that. However, deciding that it means I'm going to put myself to the standards in which God, I believe, has set for me. That is where the journey really begins, right? And so in university, I found myself very lukewarm in terms of I was just compromising. I'll do whatever I wanted, whatever I desired, but still go to church. And for me, it wasn't until I went on that missionary trip where my really good friend, Michael, said, are you integral? He asked that question, do you have integrity? And I was like, I'm integral, I have integrity. And he was like, okay, so if you got your mum or your pastor to watch your life in every facets of your life, would you be pleased? Would you be comfortable with them seeing every area? And I think that's when I realized, oh my gosh, I don't have integrity. And I think these are values, these are life values. Same thing, even if you're working in a company or a job, do you have integrity, right? And so these were life values that I asked myself in that situation, and I realized that, okay, no, there's more to do here, and there's more for me to do here. And I think when that light bulb switch came, I kind of made that decision that, I'm going all in now. I know who God is. I believe in Jesus, and I'm going.
Wow. Wow. So do you now say that there is actually more to, just being here on earth? And
definitely, I believe that there's a purpose for everyone, and I believe that some people discover that purpose, and I believe that some don't. I believe that some people create a purpose, and I believe that some people get a divine purpose from God. But I think that there's a reason for why all of us are here. And I think, again, similar to that goal thing that I mentioned, I think once you know that, then you can focus everything on that, and everything you do can have a purpose, and you're not just living meaninglessly. You're able to live meaningful. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
So why is it important for young people to express themselves, whether through art, theater, writing, or even tech?
Yeah, so good. I think it's really important because in you expressing yourself, you're going to inspire other people to do the same. If you think about like what I said with Transcend Movement, how it started, because of the platform that I got in my local church, that inspired me that I can do something that I enjoy and that I really liked, and I felt fulfilled. In me doing that, I was able to get, we had a team of like 50 people at one point, 50 other people to start using their sound engineering, camera, pianists, drummers, all these people with gifts. They also were able to be inspired. And you're able to send a message, whatever that message is, whatever that light is, whatever that message is, you're able to send it through the medium that you're using to express yourself, whether that's art, whether that's,
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. That's true. That's true. So how has your faith shaped your journey, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I think my faith has shaped my journey, like I said earlier, in terms of just finding my purpose, knowing why I'm here, and knowing that some of why I'm here is to empower and equip young people to reach their full potential and go above and beyond. And that has shaped my journey with Transcend Education, with Transcend Movement, and it has also shaped my journey because it keeps me focused on also doing that for myself. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't inspire other people if you're not inspired.
True.
So because that fuels me, I'm able to also get other people to also do that for themselves as well. Professionally, I think the values that my faith journey holds, like I said, integrity, that's something that I had to learn and develop, and really realize that, am I integral in all things? Am I doing things the right way, or am I just trying to make shortcuts to benefit me? And so these are values that professionally, when you go into your careers, they want to see that you're integral. They want to see that you're honest. They want to see all of these values, and that's what is going to probably keep you in those companies. That's what's going to favor you by your managers. That's the light that's going to shine through to the CEOs and the owners of these companies, is people with values, right? People with good character. Because in this world, there's so many reasons why you shouldn't have good character. So when you're able to shine your light in that way, people are drawn to you and they position you in places that maybe you might not actually be qualified for. But that's what opens the door.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great. So Danielle, you've achieved so much already, but if you had to go back and speak to your 12-year-old self, what would you say?
I would probably say to myself, you're young. Do you know what it is? I would probably say to myself what I would say to myself now. It's not going to change. And that's because as a 12-year-old, I always wanted to be older. I always wanted to do things quickly. Like I always wanted to move forward and
you
move
didn't want
fast.
to enjoy your...
I was never like in the moment. I was just like, moving on to the next.
Moving.
And I'm still like that, right?
Wow.
And that's why I've done so much to people,
Wow.
even though I don't feel like I've done half of what I meant to do here. And I think that's because my mindset, I'm very futuristic. So I would have to tell my 12-year-old self what I'm telling my 30-year-old self, which is, you have time. Well, you don't really have time. It's God that owns the time. But that just enjoy the now, enjoy the present, be happy with what you have achieved now, and just continue to enjoy the process as you're pushing forward to your goals. That's what I would probably tell myself. Enjoy the process. Enjoy the process as you're moving forward towards your goal. So yeah.
Wow. So while they were there, because you were telling them, why they are trying to pursue, they should also enjoy the process.
Honestly, because parts of those processes are not easy. You have a goal, and so parts of it you feel like, I'm getting towards it, right? You're like, yay, I'm getting this opportunity. But then when you get the opportunity, you realize it's, whether it's, you're not earning enough, or whether it's whatever it could be, you might not necessarily be as content in it, because it's not quite the main thing. And that's why, instead of finding your identity in things around you, just enjoy the process, because in the process it's helping you, whether you see it or not. It's giving you skills, it's helping you towards the goal. So yeah.
Oh, that's great, because I would say that that's true, because a lot of teenagers, young children, adults, they want to, get on to the next thing. And they just do not want to enjoy the whole process of, getting into that futuristic aspect of their life. And they just want to, I want to experience the
move on.
Yeah, that's true. So, Danielle, for our viewers currently watching us, some are in school, so some are in challenging environments. So what's your number one message for them today?
My message, I think, would be that you all have a gift, you all have a talent, and you all have purpose. And through life, you're going to discover that and keep your focus on what it is that you have to serve the world. Because when you realize what you have in terms of your strengths and your passions, and when you realize how you can serve people, you will find that those things that you're chasing, whether it's money, status, opportunity, those things will follow. When you're able to serve a need and you're doing what you love by serving a need, everything else you'll find. It says in the word, it says that your gift will make room for you, right? And so once you know your gift, focus on your gifting and focus on how you can serve people, whether that's making the nation better, whether that's serving a need. You will find every other desire that you have, it will all come together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's a knowing your gift.
Knowing your gift, knowing why you're here, knowing what you have, and then thinking, how can I use this to serve? When you do that, money will come, opportunity will come, platform will come.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So one more, you said knowing. How do they? Most of them are children in school. So how do they get to know?
Okay, so you can ask yourself, what do I enjoy doing? Right. So you ask yourself some questions. What do I enjoy doing? What am I good at? So you write those down. You might enjoy speaking. You might say, I really like speaking, or you might say, I really like helping people solve a problem. And then what are you good at? You might say, I'm good at maths, or I'm good at English, or I'm good at singing, I'm good at dancing, right? And then you can ask yourself, what do I care about? Okay. What do I look outside and it bothers me? Is it homelessness? Is it media, entertainment, not looking a certain way? There's something that you care about. There's something that you are yet to discover. When you write those three things down, what you enjoy, what you're good at, and what you care about, you'll be able to know.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Danielle, thank you so much. You've given us so much wisdom, motivation, and inspiration that every young child can transcend to their goals and to their visions. And to our amazing viewers at home, remember, greatness doesn't wait until you are older. It starts now. Whether you are in school, learning at home, or discovering your talent, take it seriously, dream big, and stay focused. Don't forget to tune in next time for more inspiring stories and valuable lessons. Keep the conversation going. Follow us Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring stories and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your own experiences with us. Until next time, believe in yourself, work hard, and never stop rising.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Speak with Power.
Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you